boys. Alright. Oh. I knew I was going to forget something. Boop, boop. There we go. Now everybody's back. Alright, there we go. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to Rumors of the Dead. It's been a bit of a mess, sorry, as usual. Always run into one issue or another right before the games. It seems to be a running theme for us. But welcome, everybody. This is Rumors of the Dead, our Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition game set in Los Angeles. Let's see. Where do I want to begin with explaining how our game works? For the most part, we're running a homebrew campaign set in the city of Los Angeles, as many campaigns have been set before. But one of the things I like to do with all of our games is to make them interactive. So in order to do that, I've added a cool rumor system that I stole from someone else. But in short, you guys can add rumors and evidence to those rumors to add all the creative and interesting things that you want to our game. Literally anything that you can think of, you can simply add that as a rumor into our world. If enough evidence gets set up behind it, that rumor becomes true. Rumors have a way of coming to reality if you just back them enough. It's kind of like Kickstarter. But yeah, if you want to, you can check that out at our Ko-Fi shop. There's add a rumor and add evidence. You can see the rumors that are currently there. I will be updating that tonight. I apologize. I tried to get it done before the game, but just couldn't get there. But yeah, there's lots of rumors and evidence that's already in the world. You can add to that even further, and we're getting ready to have a whole wave of them kind of come true. So this is a great time for you to put in your rumors and evidence if you want yours to make it into the game. So head over to the Ko-Fi shop and check that out. But otherwise, our kindred, let's see, we'll go ahead and do our character intros. If you guys want to just tell everybody real quick who you are and who you're playing, Jive Man, if you'd like to go first.
Why, thank you very much, generous DM. Hello, everybody. My name is Jive. I go by he, him pronouns. And for tonight, I'm going to be playing the marvelous, the charismatic, and the cracked out pharmacist Salubri named Snowcone, who, if you want to know a little bit about him, he's the type of person that would probably leave the candle on if he left the home.
I love it. I always forget my pronouns. I go by that and wah! That's my pronouns, by the way. That's usually what people identify. They're like, "What's that?" Wah! You know, never mind. Fuck it. It was a bad joke. Bart, Paul, go ahead. God damn it.
Yeah, it's all right, Kevin.
I tried.
Hey there, folks. I'm Bart. Pronouns are in Discord username, but I play our neighborhood Nosferatu. He doesn't look this bad, I think, but it's something along those lines.
All right on, man. Neighborhood Nosferatu. It's like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but with scalier skin.
He uses a gun.
And a gun. Yeah, he's smart enough to use a gun. Take that, Spider.
Smart. Not.
Yeah, I don't
know. But sure.
Yeah, I may not want to use smart to describe the character. He's witty at times. We'll give him that. But Numerous, if you want to tell us who you're playing.
I am Numar, the Lasombra of the group, now the only Lasombra.
Oh yeah.
Missing his sire Jamal, who left, and
yeah, left at a real like heightened point. Like it was one of those at your lowest practically.
Yeah, I mean, like he had his reasons, but like I was unconscious or fairly like catatonic at the point, so you know he's got some time to process that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely some psychological stuff to go through there for sure. Last but not least, Jackal Man. If you maybe Numar's only friend.
Howdy, I am playing our local Doryador named Marina Woods. She's finally out of the apartment she was trapped into for the last few months, and is out in the the world now as her new self, trying to find a way, and runs these guys, and has had a lot of fun along the way at this point.
I'm sure it's a kick. You know, they say that making your way in the world today takes everything you got, you know. But either way, if I can remember, we had spent most of our last session after having had to chase down and reclaim an item that they were supposed to pick up that was stolen from them at the point of transaction. They found that the item that they were picking up for a fellow kindred and Ventru in the area was
Damien Steele.
Damien Steele, correct. It was not the bottle of bourbon. Well, there was an old bottle of bourbon in the box, but it was not the only item in that box. There was also a book hidden beneath a trap or like a false bottom in the box. And taking the time to investigate that after opening it against his better wishes, they found a strange book that magically retold them the story of Carthage. Kind of worked like a shadow box, painting crude pictures on the walls that started as silhouettes and blossomed into full sights and sounds and smells to accompany the burning fires as the city fell. Excuse me. But you guys decided it probably best not to just hand this over to another kindred, and maybe you should get the Baron involved. So Marina took the time to set up an arranged meeting. The Baron taking the credit for having put this in place to kind of take some of the heat off of the coterie. Had brought both you and Damien Steele together to kind of discuss what the meaning of all this was. Damien did apologize for the hard work that it took to reclaim this. He didn't expect it to be so much trouble, and then explained to Izzy Noir, the Baron, why he felt this book was worth the hassle of obtaining, that it may offer some insights into the modern knights as a way to better grow the city of, or the barony of West LA, which is kind of built and founded on the concepts of equality. Very open and equal to all kindred, you know what I mean? And Carthage being kind of set in that same vein, he believed maybe it might offer some insight. Eventually, the book was returned to him under the promise that he keeps it heavily guarded and keeps Izzy up to date on any information that he can find about it. Damien, of course, was a little irritated with you guys, but ultimately agreed that, you know, he does still owe you one since you guys were able to help out, though he may be a little less inclined to offer the biggest of boons in return, but he'll probably be there when you need him, probably. But yeah, I think that's where we left off. You guys kind of scattered each to your four corners of the West LA area, and we're just kind of wandering around. If I'm not mistaken, I know Marina and Numar had a bit of a moment in the interrogation room with the one surviving coterie member. That was a little heartbreaking on Numar's side. If you haven't seen that, check out last week's episode. Let's see, Snowcone. I don't remember where you were. I know where Bart was. I don't remember where Snowcone ended the last session.
So, from my memory and from my notes here, it says that Snowcone was doing a patrol around the neighborhood. They did it twice. Found somebody drinking blood in an alleyway and decided that on the second time around when they saw, you know, this sad sap getting, you know, well, actually after they were drained to, you know, give them a cookie and maybe a juice box, and then they were approached by this weird lady dressed up in goth clothing.
That's absolutely right. You were approached from behind as you were leaving a juice box and a cookie for this individual who had been drained a little too heavily, maybe, but had been fed upon outside of the club, Bryce's bar, a small bar in your area. You were approached from behind by a college-aged girl dressed in kind of like a goth punk kind of way. You know what I mean? A little bit of like an emo touch to it. You know, the boots are a little fuzzy to be straight goth, you know what I mean? But she's having a little fun with it. Fishnets and the whole nines. That's right. And at the same time, Bart was locally in the same area as he stopped by Frederick's pawn shop to finally get the list that I keep forgetting to give him of kindred in the area. And as he exited the door, bumped shoulders with the police officer you guys keep kind of bumping into, and through sources you have gathered, you know this to be the partner of a former Inquisition agent that was murdered. And this is where you guys kind of had acquired the blueprints in a roundabout way. It was his partner that possessed the blueprints when they were stolen from the other biker gang. You guys were, what's the word for it? Retrieved the blueprints, but yeah. Yeah, you had stepped out of Frederick's pawn shop saying, "See you later," and as you kind of waved goodbye, you had accidentally bumped shoulders, and as we turned, you both turned and looked at each other. There was a moment where eyes met, and that's where we ended the session. So we'll pick right up from there. Hopefully you guys watched the last session. You guys know you're all caught up now. I hear a lot of beeping going on. Is everybody trying to get those rolls in?
We'll just get your
Appreciate it.
possible code off.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Don't want leaked.
So, we've been pretty good about it so far. I don't think we've had it leaked yet, but I always keep an eye on it. Either way, we can always ban you if you get in, so don't try it, folks. Anywho, yeah, we'll go ahead and pick up from there. So let's see, who do we want to start with? You know what? I think we'll start with Snowcone this week. We never start with Snowcone, so let's start there. So as you're kind of leaned down, leaving this juice box and cookie over this individual, you hear from behind, I believe it was something to the effect of, "Look, if you're thirsty, I think that Capri Sun is flat." You know what I mean? Like, she kind of just threw out a sarcastic remark. And yeah, turn around to look at her. She's a beautiful college age, approximately, you know, somewhere between like 18 and 25. You know, somewhere in the college years. Very beautiful girl, has the hair pulled up in the classic dual pigtails, black on black everything, black mascara, fuzzy boots that come up a little bit high to show off the fishnets above, and a short little skirt. Like, she's really gone for the classic goth girl kind of ensemble. But as you turn around, she's just kind of standing there smiling at you as you hear her voice from behind. How would you like to reply?
I think to just be kind of friendly, Snowcone will apply with, and I think if you're trying to stand out, wearing dark in the middle of the night is not the best choice if I'm using my opinion correctly.
Well, stand out is closer to what I'm trying to do. Easy to get fresh meals if you look like you're their dinner. It works for me. What about yourself? Leftovers? And she points at the half lifeless drunk sitting on the corner.
No, exactly. I gotta make sure that the people of this area are well taken care of. Be a shame if something like this showed up on the news, you know?
Ooh. There for a minute I thought you were going to be chivalrous, but I see. Upholding the masquerade. Valiant efforts, my knight. I don't think I've seen you around before. What's your name?
Snowcone.
Snowcone. Like the hair. I get it. Cool.
Hey.
Yeah. She throws out a hand. She says, "Name's Amelia. People around here call me Lark. How you doing?"
They'll take their hand and shake it.
Yeah. Clutching onto her
nice to meet
hand,
you.
you immediately feel the cold. You definitely tell she is not of the living. You know what I mean? She's like, "Well, I was just on my way over to Bryce's to grab a snack. If you want to join me."
Seeing as I've got nothing better else to do, sure, why not?
Cool. You could buy me my first drink. Let's go. And she just kind of turns on her heel and off she goes. And I mean, she really exudes. You've been in the presence of awe a few times. You know what I mean? And as she gets closer to the door, you immediately feel that presence kick in. Now, I don't think we've ever actually been inside Bryce's dive bar. But there's a small alleyway called Nocturne Alley, or at least that's what the locals know it as in your neighborhood, that just contains, it's the backside of a strip mall that contains a couple of shitty bars. One of them is Bryce's Bar. It just says Bryce's above the door. And it's known as kind of being a dive bar, but it's a quick, easy place to get drinks on the low, and occasionally they have, local bands. They're not like hired, it's just someone asks to come in and play. It's not the best of music, but there's also right adjacent to it is Salty's Tavern, which kind of has a nautical theme set in the LA setup. Like there's a big anchor on the sign and things like that. And they're known for doing cheap, very cheap seafood. Like they got that terrible shrimp cocktail platter with your margarita, like they don't even mix, but he's kind of mashed it together, and it's a place where mortals can grab a quick bite and a couple of drinks and not spend an arm and a leg. And if things get too crazy, they can always step next door to Bryce's and get hammered for the rest of the night. But as you enter Bryce's, as you approach Bryce's, and she kicks on this awe, she immediately walks up to the bartender, and she kind of throws her arms out, wraps them around the individual, a very big guy, full beard, bald head, that's standing at the door. And as she kind of puts a hand on the cheek, she even reaches over and gives a little peck on the cheek to the bartender. She says, "Hey, Steve, what's up? Anything good tonight?" Kind of has a little back and forth. Same old same. Couple of college kids came in. They're setting up something. I'm sure it'll be terrible. But yeah, head on in. No question for her, and she actually turns around. She says, "Come on, let's go. He's with me." And he just kind of nods his head to you as you both walk in. But like I said, you can feel that presence of awe. And as you walk into Bryce's Dive Bar, it's a small little lane that travels down between a bar on the left and a couple of tables and booths on the right. Further down at the end, there's a couple of floor tables and a small stage. It's like lifted up about 2 feet, and you see 3 college kids, roughly in age, that are pulling out an acoustic guitar, a drum set, and like a clarinet. God knows where he picked it up. But they are currently setting up and tuning some instruments and things to that effect. And she captures the audience, all 5 of them. There's about 5 or 6 people that are currently sitting around the bar and at tables, but every person seems to know her name, says hi to her when she walks by, shakes a hand, gives her a hug, etc. And she makes her way to the end of the bar, right on the corner, between the dance floor and the bar itself. Dance floor in big air quotes. But she posts up in a seat that seems to be reserved just for her ass. And you have a spot next to her if you want.
My. It looks like I might have underestimated your, I should say, presence in this place.
No, I'm a bit of a local.
Makes
They
sense.
got good food, what can I say?
Looks like you would be a good tour guide around here. I'm a bit new to the area. Just moved in a couple months ago. I'm trying to start up my own business as it is.
Ooh, an entrepreneur. Tell me more.
Well, I'm not sure if you can tell by the lab coat, but I'm a bit of a pharmacist myself.
She almost kind of giggles to herself as you say pharmacist. Man, what I wouldn't have killed to have met you about 10 years ago. Anyway. Yeah, that's cool. So you got like a shop around town or something, or?
Main shop is back in Winslow, Colorado, but I do have a mobile shop around here. I work out of a... Actually, it's kind of fitting considering me. I work out of a refurbished ice cream truck as it is.
Sweet. I can dig it. I used to have a pretty sweet van, but I kind of totaled it. Either way, it was cool while it lasted. Right on. So what made you move into the area? You kind of come in, you're playing local night patrol for our kind. She kind of whispers it a little bit as she leans in. She's like, I know I haven't seen you before. So, I mean, you said you've only been around 2 months. You just settling in or making your way through? I will warn you, I kind of keep the tabs on these guys around here. They might look like old drunks, but they got cool stories. Like I said, they're good for a snack.
Yeah, I thought I'd come around here to expand my horizons a bit. Being in one town for a little bit, you get to see pretty much everything. So, getting to move down here to LA has just been really enlightening for me. And I've got a few people I need to take care of. So, being in one place and not being able to expand my business is just not really good for business, you know?
Yeah, I think there's too many hippies with their new age medicine around here. You're gonna get more yoga users than opium users. It's kind of the opposite of where I came from. But either way, I think it's got its own little certain je ne sais quoi. Um, you know, it's a different beat. You know, you kind of got to find your rhythm with it. I've got
Indeed. That's what
I've come to make with it.
That's why I'm
Well,
trying to expand a little bit more into, well, let's say not just the. Uh, I'm not. They're gonna kind of lean in and be like, just between you and I, we're not. We're both of unique dental quality, right?
just
So
between you and us,
please
girl.
allow.
Just between us girls. She kind of giggles to herself.
Very well. I'm in the business of expanding my pharmacy to the undead, so I'm just trying some things out. A little
She
bit of
nearly chokes on her
experimenting here.
drink, which she does have. Like magically, a drink has been just placed in front of her. You never saw her pay for it. It's just the bartender brought it over, sat it down, and walked away. But she nearly chokes on her drink, and she. You saying that actually works? Wait, you found a way to mix the two? How does? But we're. And she kind of looks confused at the whole concept when you throw out the idea of drugs for kindred.
Oh, it was actually a great revelation. See, well, actually, you might be familiar with this as well. You ever drink from someone, and depending on what the substance is in their system, that can also have an effect on the person who is drinking from them as well?
You look at some of these people around here, and as you kind of look around, at least three people are high, drunk, or on something. She's like, "This is the happy menu or Happy Meal menu for me. Like, I know all too well, not to taste anything from Steve after he's had one too many. Otherwise, you'll crawl home." She just kind of points to one guy who's in the corner, already half passed out on the table.
Uh, well, can see I can see where your tastes are at. So, when it comes to my medicine, I've been experimenting with more other chemicals and substances as of late, and I find the results are actually quite astounding from my results. It seems that they can be sort of a coin flip as it is currently, where taking one of these, and they're just going to hold out one of these vials that they always use. It's like um, to describe it, it's almost like a EpiPen, like I from the other night before. It's like an EpiPen filled with
Right.
a almost pinkish red kind of blood.
Okay.
See, a controlled substance in the bloodstream can be effective in two ways. It can either be positive or it can be negative. Now, depending on the person that can take it, that can have another side effect or positive effect, but it's really 50-50 at this point. So I tend to only give it to people who are willing to either show me the results or be a little bit experimental.
Don't promise me a good time that you can't afford, but it's pretty interesting. I might have to, we'll have to talk about this more. I'm kind of intrigued by what you do. And she kind of leans forward again. She says, "Actually, can I tell you a little bit of a secret?
Go ahead. My lips
You
are sealed.
promise not to laugh."
Now what?
Kinda, I kinda already knew who you were when I saw you outside. So I don't think you remember me, but we crossed paths briefly one night before, at a local club that our kind tend to frequent, the Eclipse.
Oh, yes. I remember that place.
Taking a think back about it, you're not 100% sure, but like that first night when you kind of made your way through the waves of people, you know what I mean? She could have been there, you know what I mean? There was a lot of people that were shaking hands and grabbing things from you, and you know what I mean? You were supplying the party, as it were. Definitely might have been one of the people that was in attendance that night. She's like, yeah, I remember you from the night, and you know, I might have partaked on a few of the people that you supplied, but yeah, I kind of asked around about you, and I found out about your little group. I guess you guys are new landlords, huh? I just wanted to see if you'd be open and tell me about it, but you know, it's all good. I can understand why you're night prowling the streets. It's better than, you know, thinking you were some creep. Initially, I was going to come up and eat you, but then I smelled us on you. Either way,
Well, I do.
if this is
Well,
your
I do
turf.
Thank you
Oh.
for. Oh,
Good. No,
sorry,
good.
go ahead.
She just
Oh.
throws out there like, either way, if this is your turf now, hopefully you don't mind that I frequent the area. I kind of hang out close by, if you know what I mean.
Well, like with anything, as long as you do what you do in moderation and don't cause any trouble, then I have no issue with it whatsoever.
Throws up 3 fingers and says, "Scout's honor."
Oh my goodness, I haven't heard of Scout's Honor in many, many years.
I ate a Boy Scout like 3 years ago. I picked it up from him. But yeah, you guys continue giggling, and by the time that, you know, a couple of minutes go by, a beer is sat in front of you. Nope, you didn't pay for it. It was just placed there. You know what I mean? But if you want to, you're more than welcome to continue having some polite conversation. She'll kind of entertain for a little bit. She kind of, you know, points out a couple of the people in the bar, and she begins telling you their stories. It seems that she's, at very least, pretty common to hang out here, and it's, as you know, this particular row is kind of known for a good place to eat in the area. Quick, easy, you know, access to dark alleys, drunk individuals. It's a good place to stop. And it seems that her kind of having this personality of being very outgoing and with the cute, adorable outfit and all that stuff, it kind of makes her, you know, the life of the party at this little dive bar. And she has taken full advantage of that. You know what I mean? You feel that the outfit's probably less for her and more for the food, you know? It's kind of to reel things in. But yeah, she'll continue having some conversation with you. Panning out of the dive bar and right across the block, we see that 2 people collide hard into each other almost, you know what I mean? As they bump shoulders on your way out the door. It seems he was very intently walking and not paying attention. As he kind of crashes into you, Bart, as you step out of the door, and as he kind of turns around, he just says, "Look out! Watch where you're going, fuckhead."
Yeah,
And you
like
see,
Bart would kind of shrink away, kind of doesn't want to have conflict there.
gotcha. As he turns around and kind of like looks at you in the helmet, you see him almost freeze for a second, just a split second, where he stops and he looks at you, but then, yeah, whatever. Shakes
And
his
I
head
don't
and
think
turns
that-
around.
Bart doesn't still fully have the composure though to like still easily get away. He's walking kind of quickly away from this officer. It's one of those like starts going into full mall walk and
He
stuff like
goes into
that.
mall walker mode.
However close my
Yeah.
bike is, I'm getting on it and you want to be
Yeah,
getting away.
you could almost feel the eyes on you as they linger for a second or two, but ultimately he doesn't say anything further. You know what I mean? But he did seem to almost kind of lock eyes with Helmet for a second. There's definitely a moment where you might have thought, shit, does he recognize me? But it doesn't seem that he did. But anyway,
that was
he continues
I
on
was
down
not
the
like to
lane.
recognize myself. Shit.
Right, right. He does continue on down the lane, and you kind of come right up to the main road and just around the corner where your bike is, and you're out of there, right?
Cool. Do a little bit of a roundabout to get back to our turf, and from there, give some thought to our list. It's looking it over.
Yeah.
We have an interesting college-aged woman who seems to have been just mentioned a little bit before, but I wouldn't have known. A seer of some sort. Doesn't exactly say where to find them, but someone
Does
that speaks in
not.
riddles. This sounds like one of the crazy homeless people, like kind of being real. That's one group of people
Right.
that I know is within our population.
I will say it copied and pasted poorly. That's my bad. But yeah, you have Amelia Turner, who we've just met. Goes by Lark, Lark, like the bird. Lucius, local Malkavian who's been known to speak in riddles and can sometimes provide little snippets of wisdom. Who
The
else
next
we
one I
got?
don't get. Why the fuck's she here?
Serafina, an adventurer, she exudes grace and sophistication, engaging in the city's high society. A master of etiquette, she subtly maneuvers the political landscape of her advantages. That's a
Please
very
point
good
to me where
question.
the high
Why in the
society,
hell?
like,
That's a very good question.
Mhm.
are
Where
you gonna
and
retcon that one?
why and where? No, I'm staying. I'm
Okay.
sticking by it. I actually thought that same thing when I had ChatGPT provide me this list, and I was
Cool.
like, you know what? Nope, I'm standing by it. And then last, Xander Nightshade, kind of interested in searching the sewers and hidden passageways therein, dabbles with surveillance equipment.
If I ran in with them, like, because I do
You
have the entrance through my haven.
Right, you have not as of yet. At kind of the time, so just to recap a little bit, whenever Frederick would have handed you this list, he kind of would have went over everybody with you a little bit,
Nice.
and he just throws out there, he's like, Lark, she's Lark. I don't know how else to say it. She's a bit of a handful, but, good kid. She, I guess I gotta do the voice, right? She's alright, she, dresses a little provocative for my taste, but, I try to keep the eyes off. She tries to keep the eyes on. It's a thing.
Yeah, great job not being a pervy old man. High five, dude.
Yeah, man, I do. Don't get me wrong. I'm looking when she walks out the door, but what the fuck am I gonna do about him dead? You know? He kind of frustratedly acknowledges. Lucius, God knows where the hell he stays nowadays, but I think he's still around here. I haven't seen him in a little bit, but yeah, he kind of roams the streets. He would look like any other crazy guy that's walking down the streets of LA, but yeah, if you
Any
ever find
distinguishing
him,
features? Like,
he looks like every other long-haired hippie. He kind of thinks about it for me. He says, he does have a tattoo. It's on his neck. It's kind of a tribal thing. I don't really know what it is, but maybe that might help you. It's been a little while, a couple months since I've seen him, but I think he's probably still around the area. He disappears. He comes and goes. He would go Serafina. Now this one's an interesting one. I have never been able to figure out where she stays, why she is here, what she's doing here. It just doesn't make sense. You think she'd want to be up in Hollywood or in Malibu or something, but I guess she's got some sort of business down here. And then Xander, Xander's an alright kid. I like Xander. He brings me a lot of cool stuff. I'll introduce you to Xander sometime. He comes through here quite a bit. He finds stuff in the sewers or in whatever caves that he's exploring down there under the city. And he finds cool things. He brings them to me. We got a good arrangement. But yeah,
no Dropbox down below that I could reach out through.
He says usually I just wait for him to come in here, but if you want, I could ask him next time I see him if he's got some sort of a way.
See him, yeah.
Yeah, I'll let him know. See if we can find something mutual. And now, just to throw it out there, he would also explain that these are what he believes these kindred to be. You know what I mean? As far as the actual clans that are listed, like, Xander, probably pretty sure, right? You know what I mean? The rest of them would be, I guess, maybe the Malkavian,
Yeah, they
but
fall
yeah,
into type a bit, but it's where we
right.
each have our intricacies.
But yeah, this is the list as he has written it, kinda. I let
But in
ChatGPT just.
code.
I put in the details, let ChatGPT fill in the blanks for me, so it might have some
Yeah.
weird things there, but yeah. Yep,
Cool.
yep. He says as far as I know, it's just you're for these guys, me, of course. I didn't put me on the list. But yeah, I think that's really about it. I mean, Robert would be the other one, but you know about him. We ain't seen him in probably 4 months now, 3 months, 4
Yeah.
months.
There's still no leads on like where he may have been staying.
I have yet to uncover that mystery, but I'm still working on it.
I'll be too. See you around.
Sounds
And
good,
then
buddy.
Head out, go do the thing.
Right. And that's when you crash into him, etc. But yeah, he kind of goes through each of them with you. But yeah, where do you make your way to after you kind of make your rounds in the neighborhood?
Alright. Thinking on it, we weren't meeting up right away, but we should probably be meeting up somewhat soon to work out some future plans, right?
I believe this was after you had already went to the Barrens. This was kind of into the night stuff. So I think this is probably like almost morning, if I remember.
Okay.
No,
Well-
it was more like we had a conversation with the
yeah,
Baron, and
Yeah, you guys went straight there when you woke up. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it's probably
It's
still
maybe at
early
midnight.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere between midnight and 2. You know what I mean? But so you still got a few hours. I couldn't remember. Yeah, you got a few hours.
I guess if not notified by the group to meet up, Bart would go back to his garage and begin work on the Huku bike.
Hookah bike. Ruku bike.
Yeah, Ruku. Ruku.
Yeah, I was about to say hookah bike?
I think I
Yeah.
have a separate person in my D&D campaign named Huku, so that's where it's getting.
I was just thinking it was a Freudian slip and it was 420. But yeah. But yeah, either way.
Oh,
Everybody
hookah.
getting fucked up on that bike.
Yeah, you guys most certainly do all, have cell phones and stuff. So if you want to have like a group thread or something, that's definitely possible.
Yeah.
What do
You have to be
Kindred
real
use?
subtle about
Discord, Discord or Zoom? Because I don't know.
Well, you need one that like is basically encrypted would be the advisable move. So something like WhatsApp, I think.
Gotcha. You guys are using Snapchat. That's terrible. Terrible. I hate it.
Huh. That
But
actually
yeah.
might be something that
That might
give you some
work.
thought on.
They,
Yeah.
they
Might
save
work.
everything. The company
But
saves
yeah.
everything.
You guys surely
Using-
have a group thread that you can communicate with if you guys want to send messages back and forth. Numar and Marina, you
call
were
it the
last
bat
together. The bat chat. Beautiful. Love it. Bat
Could I
chat.
get a roll
Oh,
all the way
dude.
for like bike work or?
Oh
or is there a
yeah,
way
yeah.
gone by?
No, I was honestly going to waive it. You have the mechanical skills, but I tell you what, let's go ahead and do the roll and see how much work you get done, though.
Uh-huh.
So let's put that skill to test while we have a chance. Let's see. I'm sure this is probably
craft?
craft for you. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And of course, you can use your specialty.
Yay.
We'll say it's probably going to be like 7 dots worth of work. You know what I mean? To finish the bike, and then however many you roll, that'll complete that many. So you can work on it as you have time to do so.
Oh,
Let's see, 2. Ooh, that's a rough roll, man.
Willpower expenditure? Sure.
Sure can. Yeah, you can.
Why
You
not?
can choose to work harder. I don't see why not. You start off slow, having a bit of a rough night, can't find your tools, etc. But bearing down and adding to it,
Hey.
you finally get your hands greasy and things start to feel familiar.
Halfway there.
Yeah. You get about half of it, more than half of it done. You know what I mean? It's close to being complete. Now you're just down to the finishing touches, but you get the exhaust that you had picked up at one point. You get that on there. You know what I mean? Reworked, polished up, looking nice. But yeah, the bike is coming along actually rather nice. So like the bike that you picked up was relatively cheap and didn't require too much work. So you've got, you know, most of the things you want to replace are cosmetic just to make it look a little cooler. So yeah, it's going pretty quickly. But yeah, that works. Marina and Newmar, I believe you guys were last together, correct?
Yes, we were in
Yeah.
the basement of the Eclipse.
Yeah, you guys stuck around for a little while. Had a conversation with I can't remember the name. I keep wanting to say Lulu, but that's not it. That's the one that
No.
he ate.
That's the other one.
Yeah.
Joelle is her name. Spelled like kind of like Joel, but it's Joelle.
Yep.
You had a conversation with Joelle, who was kind of irritated at you, but leaving her, you left her in the hands of what appeared to be several mortals that were taking
I-
care of the interrogation process
After I
on
had to
behalf of
restake her.
Izzy. Yeah, you did have to restake her. The chair got broken. But essentially the two mortals just said, okay guys, you gotta go. Like we'll not talk about this as long as you don't talk about it, because we probably shouldn't have let you in here. You know what I mean? But you gotta go so we can clean this mess up. And had kind of excused you from the room. But yeah, where would you two go as you left that room?
Yeah. At the start of the walk, Marina probably looked over and was like, okay, are you okay, Numar? Do you need a hug? Do you need a hug? I heard the tail end of that conversation as I was walking down here. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, of course. No, I don't. Hugs won't do anything.
She just kind of walks over and hugs him. It's okay. It's okay.
Begins sobbing immediately. You know? I want your hugs.
Right.
Let's-
Doesn't hug back, but like you know, there's like a moment where he doesn't struggle.
Right.
Leans
Yeah.
in maybe a little bit, just at some point at least. But
Gives it a little.
Just steps back, looks at her. Should we go catch up with the other? Looking down her bow is like, should we go catch up with the other ones? As she sort of looks down her hand, still a little bit, probably a little bit of blood from where she had a stake, just not a lot, but
Yeah. You no more than what you could just simply wipe off for the most part.
yeah, she's sort of. Should we catch up with the
I
other
don't
ones?
know. Where were they even doing anyway? Did they say where they're going?
I think one of them said that I think they said they were going back towards, at least, I think Snowcone said he's going back towards, where you guys sort of own over, at the very least.
It was probably at very least mentioned.
I think Snowcone
Yeah,
mentioned Troll specifically, but then it's
Yeah.
probably mentioned still back around the area.
Yeah.
We can
I
send
mean,
a
if you
message to
just
see
shoot them
where
a
they're at.
text, so you can.
Yeah, just say we can go send a message to see what they're doing and try to catch up to them where they're at. We do have some nice cars, and I could probably get out of this outfit that I got, blown up in.
Yeah, looking down at your clothes, it's a little rough still.
You didn't change this morning?
Oh, we
Oh
didn't have
yeah.
time.
Oh, fair.
I didn't have time.
Wait,
I just
Ah, yeah.
this
Yeah.
this blown up thing, out of character. This blown up thing. Did this happen the session I was out?
that was the
No, that was
wall
before.
where it was the wall
Yeah.
where they wall.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when the
well,
other
yeah,
coterie
there.
Kool-Aid man through the wall.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. I remember that.
Snatched the package and ran. Yeah, like I said, it's not like you're not covered in like soot and burn marks or anything. But yeah, definitely a little dirt on the clothes where the rubble kind of broke through the brick wall. The drywall kind of scattered a little bit, so your clothes are a little rough for if you didn't change. But yeah, if you send out a text message, of course it goes, and everybody would get that ping, probably around the time that you're looking at. So Bart, you would be, just finishing up the part you're working on the bike. Snowcone, you would have been an hour into the conversation with this girl who, if you sit there and keep talking, she's interested to keep talking, but for the most part, just seems like a local kindred that uses this area as a snacking bar, you know, has made friends with the locals, so it might give you some sort of an in there if you need to get integrated into the mortal network. But yeah, you guys would all probably receive a message around that time, you know. What was it that your message would say, Marina?
It'd be more like, hey, we're finishing up here. Wherever we would like to both me and Umar would like to catch up to wherever you guys are. Could you probably use to get out of the apartment and this place.
Cool, I
Go.
guess I'd welcome you to my garage.
Definitely an
It's a
option.
permanent place that, or like if we need more secure, are y'all welcome in my haven yet?
I don't know. I
Are
mean,
we?
I was saying, is Snowcone going to say anything about where he's
I
at?
was gonna. I think around
Garage.
this time. Yeah, I think around this time, Snookum would see the message and be like, "Ah, okay, I gotta go." Well, I'm sorry to cut this conversation short, but I'm needed elsewhere. But if you ever want to get in contact with me or want to see what I'm working on, hands them a business card. Feel free to check out my, I guess you could say, my mobile lab, or give me a call.
Kinda holds the card up to the light a little bit, flicks it. Fancy. Tucks it away. And then kind of grabs your hand and pulls it close. Rummages through a small little purse that she's got, grabs her like eyeliner, and hastily scrawls a quick number on your hand. She's like, "That's my cell. Yeah, give me a call sometime. I'd like to check out your lab. I don't think I've ever been to an actual laboratory before. You know, even if it is in a ice cream truck." She kind of giggles a little bit, but either way, it was good to meet you. I figured I should make myself at least known, seeing how I guess I kind of hang out in your turf nowadays. But Izzy said you were cool, so I'll take her word for it. You seem all right. I guess I'll have to make the judgment for myself.
Another message goes just goes out saying, "So where are we meeting? Who we meeting? We need to go." It's like,
Yeah. Yeah,
I
Bart
look
did,
at
of
my
course, throw
phone,
out his
like,
garage as an option. If you guys would know where it's at, I think as far as the garage, I think everybody's been there.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
more
like just a corner across the street from the eating graveyard.
Yeah, it would definitely be within walking distance of Bryce's dive bar if that was, you know.
yeah,
So I think Snowcone's truck is somewhere in that area. That's probably where we last left it. But yeah, you know, it's within walking distance either way.
yeah. She sort of goes out like, "Well, I mean, we could all just meet by ourselves unless if we want to, actually just relax for a night. I mean, do we have anything to do at the moment?" Sends off like the text as she's sort of walking out towards the apartment.
Check
We
out
go get-
that one cool Starbucks I send him as a like not trackable message.
Oh yeah, it's all yeah. I mean, also if
Trying
you're
to-
checking out a Starbucks, I mean, it's not gonna pop up anything bad.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Still getting
well, I
used to
mean-
it.
we still have friends. We have a few friends looking heading over that way. If
Oh yeah.
don't know if-
Leave them to it for a night or two at
if
least.
you want, I'm just up to you. And sure, at that point, she'd probably be towards the apartment, getting changed into a different outfit
Fair enough.
as they're just talking on the way.
Yeah. Yeah, you did leave those guys on it. I mean, it's of course up to you if you grow impatient of waiting for them. It's like a block or two away from the club where you're at, so you can always stop by if you choose to. But yeah, otherwise, you guys let me know if you decide
Were
to
you
take
my
the
ride
night.
home?
I think essentially, yeah. You guys walked
Yeah.
across.
Yeah, was it? We'll get one of the fancy cars and we'll drive down that way. I also want to looking at the Numar, just like I want to look at a couple things as she sort of checks her phone. How much money would she have access to at this exact moment?
So, again, you still haven't heard back from the lawyer. that was
Yeah.
put in charge of that. But it's only been like 2 nights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh yeah.
So that may take a little while to settle
Yeah.
a rich man's estate. But as far as like quick cash that you have access to, how many dots do you have
3.
in contact or resources?
3.
3 dots is a lot of money. You also have the house and the cars and all that stuff to maintain. You probably got a couple $1,000s you could get your hands on like easily. You know what I mean? If you needed to, you could. If you had to pull all your resources, like what I can get in cash tonight, you could probably get upwards to like 10 grand, but it would take you a couple of hours to pull it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, just like on hand, you've got a debit card or a credit card with at least a $3,000 limit that you can easily use.
Yeah.
You know, you got a lot of resources, so.
Yeah, I want to take a look around the little spot that we own, because our certain friend did mention something very interesting about owning property, and I would like to send a little bit more of a message.
Fair enough.
So like, what we burn it down so no one can have it.
No, more in seeing if there's any spots that could be for sale that, depending on what happens with the rest of this money, I might be able to pull some things together and create something smaller that way, and have a little bit more of a physical holding there.
Going to run in the
I mean,
neighborhood.
I guess it'd be kind of cool to get you more in our territory. You got a
That-
cool place already, but it's in the wrong place.
That and more on the sense of, if she sort of thinks for a second, like, if there's others like him in the sense of wanting to take over territory, I'd prefer to have a bit more of a claim on the area.
Fair point. Numar, if you could give me, let's see, what is the equivalent of like a history check, or let's see what we got here for you.
Real estate check.
Yeah, can you give me a real estate check, please? Let's
Gotta
see.
be
So I feel like Streetwise could probably play in here. Either that or like even awareness. Just basic awareness is fine. Yeah, just do like wits and awareness. That's a really good roll for you. 6 dice.
Classic perception.
Yeah, just basic perception check. I think wits and awareness is just one of those like default rolls you should have on a click of a button. You know what I mean? Set that macro up. All right, let's take a look. 3 successes. With even just 3, you remember seeing like your area has kind of been abandoned, more or less, which is what drove you guys to it in its own way. It was kind of an area that had almost been forgotten. So there's a lot of empty buildings, even the strip mall that's there and has like the yoga studio and tattoo parlor. There's definitely like a place in between the two on the strip mall that's just empty. Nobody's even rented out yet. But with 3 dots, you definitely remember that there was a couple of like for sale signs. One of them was at like an apartment building that you had seen, and then at least 1 or 2 like others. So you could probably remember a couple of them if you needed to if you decided to mention it or show around or anything like that. But you would definitely know, at very least with 3 successes, like where the most likely areas are in your neighborhood. It's only 4 or 5 blocks, so there's not a ton there. But yeah, you would generally know where to search if you were wanting to investigate stuff like that.
Did you mention any like real estate that is residential?
You
Mixed
remember
use?
you just remember Damien saying that he was looking to buy some real estate. He didn't mention what, exactly.
The only one he mentioned was the graveyard.
Yeah, specifically he had taken interest in the graveyard, knowing that was kind of, right there and available, usually privately owned, etc., things like that. So it seemed like an easy take for him, but as far as like actual locations, I think there may be several businesses in the area that would have made sense that he probably would have had interested in, stuff like that too, so. But yeah, it's up to you. If you want to head that way, you can do that.
Yeah, probably getting. Yeah. Go ahead, Umar. Sorry.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of abandoned areas. Like there's probably a few places for sale. I think a lot of the area they might rent, but I mean, as far as empty space, there's just plenty of it. Like there's that mall that has no one to run it.
I'd be interested in going to there.
There's probably the same graveyard that Damien was trying to buy. We can always buy it first.
It's definitely the one that you live in.
Yeah. Let's.
Yeah.
She looks over. Is like, let's meet up with the others first, but I would like to check over some spots that might be near a couple of heavy drinking areas. I have a good business idea.
Cool.
Drinking?
Mm-hmm. Not our drinking, mortal drinking. And
if you want to, go ahead and give me a wits and awareness also as you kind of like drive through that area, heading over to Bart's or whatever.
Wits and awareness.
Snowcone, is that also where you're heading to? Is to Bart's garage?
Yes, sir, it is.
Cool.
Hey.
Crit.
Nice, a critical success.
Woo!
All right, let's see.
Hey.
Let's roll some dice.
You're all seeing eyes.
You know what? It's funny. I actually went with low. I always pick high or low when I roll my D100s, and I picked low. So 15% chance. Man, that's pretty smooth. I'm gonna go ahead and say that just as luck would have it, in that area, you see a couple of different options. Just kind of like as you drive by, there was one rental, like apartment, that is in an apartment building that you saw. So that was something that, Numar might have recalled or mentioned or pointed out along the way. So you easily see that one. But kind of settled in between all of the locations. So kind of settled between the strip mall, the nursing home, and graveyard. There is a couple of other options that are there as well. You see one building that was probably originally a business, maybe a bank. It kind of looks like it had a bit of a fancy decorated front with like actual stone columns, but it is definitely going to be on the pricier side for basic estate. It'd be more like a business price, but it is old and abandoned, so surely bringing down the price tag that you do see kind of it has a sign that says like Starbucks coming soon on a fence around it, but that sign is clearly very old and weathered, and whatever Starbucks was going to go there has decided to go elsewhere, more or less. So it's no longer using that location, but it is kind of fenced off, and it looks like an old bank, more or less. 2 stories.
All right.
With like a office rooms upstairs. The second that you would see is another apartment building, but instead of the apartments being for rent, it says building for sale. That would catch your attention. It's a medium-sized place, probably only has 6 to 10 units in the whole building. It's not very large, but it looks, I don't want to say run down. It just looks disused. You know what I mean? That might actually fall into a decent price range. And then you do find one small house that you kind of just things that you see as you drive by. Luck of the rolls. Yeah. You see like a single story family home that's kind of tucked in on the very edge, closest towards like the Hollywood side, farther away from the highway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a single story family home, small little fence around the outside of it. Not much yard, probably not a basement, maybe a basement. Not a lot of basements in LA, you know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, you do see like a single family home that's there that does have a for sale sign pitched in the yard of it, as far as that goes. But yeah, you know, you just kind of catch these as you're driving through. You can easily grab whatever phone numbers from the signs if you want to check on these at a later point in time.
Yeah.
You don't see any businesses as far as like other than like the whatever used to be a bank. As far as when you're driving
Yeah.
through, other than the strip mall, it seems to
Though
be
I
the
feel like
primary. Good.
if you went into either of the bars, you possibly could buy them out. Like it seems like both of those bars have the vibe of if you offered 500 grand, congrats, you on a bar.
Definitely also possible because because like you have the strip mall, you know, it's just one long building, shared parking lot with a bunch of small little businesses on the front, and then on the back side of that is actually where these two bars are, and there's a single alleyway that leads down through that. Like I said, that's what's locally known as Nocturne Alley, but the bars are kind of staggered diagonally, so the entrance to one is directly across and 10 feet down from the entrance to the other. So yeah, both of those might be something, you know, in that area, but there may still also be other places, but that's just what you see as you drive through the area. But eventually, as you're pulling in, you see Snow Cone also approaching. I don't know. We'll say just for the sake of knowing where it's at that you grabbed your ice cream truck, because I can't remember where we left it last. So, yeah, you would see him kind of getting out of his truck around the same time that you pull in. It's a. If you want to tell us what the garage looks like, actually, I'd love to know. Like, is this a big garage? Does it
Yeah.
have a scrapyard in the back? Like, what are we talking?
I picture it's part of a group of like 4 garages that are in total a small building that's on this corner.
Okay.
And then it's just where mine is the one that is near, well, would have been one of the 2 that's nearest to the graveyard.
Cool.
It's a car and a half garage, I would say. So it has enough for tools and stuff, and the singular vehicle, or 2 bikes if I'm being finagly. And yeah, it can be closed down and locked, so we have some privacy, but it's not anything special.
So yeah, you
Steel folding chairs if you want them, like to sit down. I'm a good
definitely
host.
some shitty lawn furniture, just a couple of folding chairs set up outside the door. But yeah, you kind of see a door and a half, right? So you got a big door that could hold, you know, up to trucks and things, and then a smaller roll-up door that's more for a single, like, small car or bike next
Well,
to.
no, not even that. It's a single roll-up door and then a just kind of walk-through door.
Gotcha, yeah. That's
the
what I was
door
gonna
spacage.
say. Yeah, next to your walk-in door there. It does have a little bit of a parking lot outside where cars could be left overnight or something. I'll give you that
theory.
much as at least.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little, you know, or not picket, but like chicken wire fence around the outside to keep out the riffraff, maybe.
It's got holes in it, sure.
Yeah, it's not a great fence. But yeah, as you make your way up, you know, it's already open. You can drive right into the small little parking area and right up to the garage. But yeah, you guys have, you know, full access as you show up. Bart is probably just now finishing the last couple of nuts and bolts on whatever he was working on as you make your way in.
Oh, how convenient.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome here, Snowcone. Everyone looks to be here that we have at the moment.
Yeah.
Hello. He's gonna wave to you with the hand with the clearly written phone number on it.
Made a friend,
What
Snowcone?
is that?
Oh, this is like, they're trying to read it, but like the name is like smudged and like a couple of numbers are. It's like it's it. Ooh,
Pretty sure her name was Mark.
so a nice goth lady named Mark.
Yep.
Lark?
Yeah, that was the name.
Cool. Well, I guess on that note, I actually got information related to her and some other folks that we may be interested in getting to know. I would kind of show around subtly the list that I was given and like try pointing out the basics of like their names, like a couple of descriptors and stuff.
Right.
Try giving the lowdown. Well, do we want to go fully in the garage right now? Like,
Probably.
privacy's
Like,
sake.
take a step in. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We'll just step in.
We step in, close it down. I turn on a singular light bulb that's in here. Now that I think about it, we do need a little bit better lighting. Bart has, like, a couple of overhead lights that are usable.
Wait, you guys?
Though
can
I
see
don't think
in
it's
the
great
dark?
lighting for mechanics work.
Just
Trying to find a
wait,
good middle ground here.
Wait, you
Tripped.
guys need. So it looks a little confused for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't look that dark in here. Okay.
You can see in the dark?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, you do have that, don't you? Eyes of the Beast. There's the list of.
No, it's the heightened senses.
Oh yeah, so heightened
doesn't quite get
senses
you.
is a little weird. It does make it easier to identify things in the dark, but does not actually let you see in the dark. So
Giving
like,
them the ability to see in pitch darkness.
really, it actually says it in the thing.
That's the description. That is the description. The vampire senses sharpen to pre-natural degree or whatever, giving them the ability to see in pitch darkness, hear ultrasonic frequencies, and smell the fear of a cowering prey.
Yeah, I think that's the way. Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of something similar anyway. As I always let it slide with darkness, because but I also would add the caveat that you're using stuff like echolocation and sound and things to kind of like also build it together, which I think is kind of cool. But yeah, that's interesting. They definitely overlapped that one, because that's what Eyes of the Beast was too. It's weird they overlapped it. I think even they got like a Oblivion site. Never mind. Anyway, but yeah, there's the list. I went ahead and posted in there. Those are the four kindred that he was pointing out on the list there. But yeah, you guys got the place to yourself. You know that this place that never really has anyone that messes around. Worst that you've had is people coming in trying to steal catalytic converters. But even that's been a little while, so you know that you're relatively safe while speaking here.
Cool. Then we'll be a little more open about just who all's on the list, and like, is there anyone that we should prioritize and try meeting with? Between.
You didn't he just say he saw this lark lady?
Seems like it. I still give the descriptor of what I know of her, where it's still
It roughly
flirtatious
matches.
woman.
Yeah, it roughly matches what you were given. You know what I mean? Little flirtatious, very straightforward, speaks her mind. There's a couple of times where her forwardness might have even caught you a little bit off guard, you know what I mean? But for the most part, she keeps a very positive, outgoing look and appearance to make herself available, we'll say. But yeah.
Well, I'd say since we know her location, so it might be easier to, for all of us to have a conversation with her. Out of the rest of them, would require some digging to figure out where exactly they are. If I'm not mistaken.
Still no fucking clue where Seraphina's at.
Yeah.
that one is a total mystery.
Another idea that I had with our friend Damien wanting to buy, property over here to, sort of strengthen his hold and all over the place like he wants to. I was thinking it might be a good idea to own something a bit more business-like on record in the area.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Does anyone recall if there's any, I know there's bars around here. I saw a few bars, but any sort of clubs? In more of a sense, in this little area we're in?
Nah,
yeah.
that.
I have a certain type of club that I have an idea for, but especially if this Lark person sounds like what I can read here.
Yeah, you guys definitely would know. There's no nightclubs, not in your small quarters. You know what I mean, as far as that goes.
Would there be an area in a surrounding territory that we could like invade into, though?
Well, what I was gonna say is, as far as locations, however, there's probably one or two of those small, like, strip mall-like buildings, that were put in that would have like a 7-Eleven, a dollar store, and something else, a Five Below or whatever, just like 2 or 3 shops that could be converted over. and there is a couple of those like on the edge of the territory. Actually, there's probably at least one of those close to where the bars are currently. So like it's definitely something convertible, but would take a little bit of work to do it. The other option would be that old bank. You know what I mean? It's right by the graveyard and the alley, but would have a strange aesthetic of looking like an old-timey bank. You know what I mean? Like it's got the kind of stone steps that lead up with the stone pillars out front. It's small, but it would work.
I was thinking in this part of town with a lot of, drinking areas around here. I was thinking a bit more of a dancing club for certain things, if you catch more what I mean.
Can certainly try.
I mean,
I get you.
it would if there's a lot of people in the area drinking, and if especially if this Lark person might be in the area, depending. Snowcone, how did she act?
Uh,
You described it a little bit, I think, right? Or at least this paper described her a little bit.
yeah, she carries herself very well. She has an air of not authority, I would say. That's not the right word.
Friendliness?
Yes, very friendly. Like you could see
Flirtatious.
it. Like, yeah, even if you didn't know her, you know her.
Definitely an extrovert. You know what I mean?
I would love to talk to her about an idea, depending on how well we get to know her. Because if we set something up here like that, and she knows everyone within the area very well locally, getting her to be a head manager, a lead in something in one of a property like that might draw a big crowd in.
Yeah. On a related
Oh,
note,
no.
can I try deciphering the number on Snowcone's arm?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure. Here, it's right here.
Nice. Mark.
So,
I think this is basic wits and awareness, you know what I mean, as far as
Right.
that goes.
Good at that. Boop.
Try and read through the smudges where the eyeliner has slightly wiped away.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
oh,
Wow.
well,
Yeah, you
I
definitely.
mean, yeah.
That's 6 successes on 6 dice. That's well done. Yeah, you can definitely tell that number. 555 5555. You know what I mean? It's a real number.
Oh,
With whatever LA's area code is, because I don't even know that. Was it 301? Something like that.
808?
808. That's it. 808. But yeah, it's an LA based number. It looks like a mobile phone. You guys are known for carrying burners. It's probably like, some, cheap wireless burner phone. But yeah, it's something that you can make out and copy if you needed to.
It wasn't very interesting. It was like, I think it'd just be a good idea to have a bit more of an actual physical presence. If people like our friend Damien decide to try to pull a stunt or anything like with buying property in the future,
Yeah,
or
good
if
idea.
anyone else like him.
Yeah.
Well, so do we want to then send a text to ask for a call or
I mean,
ask
Dude,
for
I
a
can
meeting?
call them right now.
Do you think she'd still be where you met her? I mean, you said she seems sort of like a local there. You said people knew her everywhere. She
Yeah,
might
she
still be
was
there.
right there. She was like right there at the seafood restaurant we were talking at. She should still be there. So
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was at
well,
Bryce's right across from the seafood place.
let's head. I mean, we could walk over there then. I mean, shouldn't be too much
Yeah,
of an issue.
It's literally, half a mile away from where you're currently standing.
Oh, well, I didn't know it was that far, but
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
half a mile's
it's
not too far.
it's walkable, but like, yeah, you're a
Yeah.
couple blocks.
I mean, we can just drive right over there, or we can walk if you guys want to. Whatever's the best. If you feel like giving this person a talk, especially since he's on that little list of yours.
I guess on a related note, I'll bring up the copper dude that I ran into who
Oh, yeah.
has been surveying this area. So it's what
Yeah,
do we want to do surrounding that?
So what do we know much about him entirely, or have we
Just
just seen
know
him?
that he's surveyed places that are kindred hotspots, like namely a apartment building one was living in, and then now this area that is a feeding ground that. Do we know that Snowcone saw a person being fed on outside the building?
I don't think you mentioned it yet, so no, you wouldn't know yet.
Still, I would
But
note
yeah,
down
you
that,
would.
yeah, I saw him today and also then yesterday hanging out in the area.
Yeah, it
So-
was either yesterday or the day before. You've seen him twice in this area, and you would also pick up that it almost seemed like after your encounter with the pit fighters, dirt bike gang, whatever you want to call it, the younger bikers. It seemed like after that was where you first encountered him, was keeping an eye on their area, and after that night, you have now since seen him several times in your area, almost as if maybe he had, followed one lead to the other, especially after that highway police chase, or highway chase down the interstate where
There was a
some
policeman
things
there,
happen.
but
He
they
doesn't
got
seem
notified.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have anything in particular. You've seen him in cars, like sitting around, but yeah, it does seem like, it may just be a coincidence. Maybe he's already watching the area, but yeah, after having seen him there and had the interaction with him there, he's now taken interest in your location as well.
Newmar, could you get him off our back? Like,
mean,
do you have any
I don't know if he's
swayingness or Marina?
I don't. He hasn't seen me before. I don't think. If he's been
Yeah, so if you
stalking
just
you
approach
guys,
and friendlyly,
Yeah.
how could we get him off our tail?
I mean, I think the more we're hanging out with each other or seen together, that's the info that he's trying to get, right?
Potentially, yeah.
there's
Is
one
this
slight
the? Oh, sorry.
issue. I still maybe I might have a not a warrant. Would you say? I may still be declared missing.
Oh, that could be a thing, yeah.
Um.
Didn't
So-
uh what's his name? Jamal get you cleared?
No, that was for the um. What do you call it? All my to the lawyer. I haven't
Yeah.
talked to the police yet.
But like still your sire, I know mine cleared me for like being declared dead, but then gave me the new name that like,
I was never given a new name, and I haven't been
Shit.
told anything about it.
we'll work on that tonight, hopefully. Maybe I think I can figure it out. We'll see.
Not really required
that-
to have a mask if you're never allowed to leave home.
And
Yeah.
also,
Well, we just
in a good sense, I could probably clear it up in a very easy way.
I
could
guess
say I
then
just-
not be dead.
Yeah. If my family probably would have called it. So
Yeah.
if my family, I could probably just say I didn't want to talk to him. I just cut contact with them, and I didn't know I was wanted. I mean, not wanted, but missing. I could clear
Yeah.
that up pretty easily. I just wanted to bring that up before anything happened.
Yeah, I guess maybe we should just avoid the cop tonight and we'll deal with the problem later.
Missing person in LA? No.
Yeah.
Never has
the
that
guy-
happened
Missing all
before.
the
Yeah.
time. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, let's go talk
Well-
to this lady though.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Numar.
You guys head back to the bar? Oh, good.
If there's a cop after us, should we all just go, or should we find a more discreet way? I wouldn't
think
want to
after
bring heat on this new person that we're also trying to get info from.
After us is a bit of a stretch, but I think generally looking into people that may be like us or things related to that thingness.
I mean, we could always go.
Wait, maybe a hunter of us of some sort?
Could be. I mean,
Yeah.
I could just whatchamacallit. I'd be able to drive. We can go in different sort of sections. I mean, if one gets in the car with me, we drive that way. The other, kind of break it up in sections so we don't all arrive at once. But
I'm fine just chilling outside the bar area and maybe just not
How
getting
about-
into too much trouble, but maybe getting into some trouble.
How about
Sounds good.
this? Make things easier. I'll walk ahead. Let Lark know that you'll be arriving shortly. Everyone comes in either same car or separate cars, what have you. But point is, I get there first. We all don't show up at the same time. But me showing up there first will be less suspicious than all of us showing up at the exact same
Yeah.
time.
That's more what I meant.
Or
Um,
or just call her.
Yeah, meet somewhere else. Oh yeah, we also don't want to be talking about our stuff in the bar, so like we should be meeting somewhere
Right.
else.
it depends on what we're talking about exactly in the bar. I could bring
Even
up a
business
conversation.
acquisition. Like,
Yeah.
do we want to be doing that in the bar?
Not fully in the bar, but I could bring up something that. I mean, we could do a lot of different things, but we could call her out to somewhere else if you'd like.
Starbucks?
Is there a good neutral spot? Would like the
I
graveyard be a good one?
mean, there's a handful of places, but most of the places, are either the big places to meet would really be, I guess, the graveyard. That is one where it would be neutral ground or your ground, home turf, so to speak, and is
Yeah.
probably definitely one of those places where you could meet and not have to worry too much about being seen by others. You know it to be a pretty empty place, but that is where Newmar lives. So that's up to you if you want to like invite her in or just meet in a graveyard somewhere. You know what I mean? Meet, but other than that, the bars are really the big other place. Like the bars or your garage. There's not very many places. I mean, the strip mall itself does have Moonlit Yoga Studios, which is a 24-hour yoga studio. Kind of keeps the doors open all night for people coming in late, that work, at the hospital or the nursing home, things like that, and come in for their late night yoga. But yeah, like that would really be like the best places. Really, is probably either
We could go to the pawn
one-
shop.
yeah, pawn shop too. You know what I mean? That he had flipped the sign to closed when you were leaving or when you were there, but he kind of has weird hours. The few times you went past there, it's either flip a coin. You know what I mean?
You
He
can
typically
knock and at least try.
exactly, yeah. He typically stays open later. Sometimes 1, 2 in the morning, but after that tends to close. So you were kind of like right
Okay.
on the edge, but
Oh.
you've went there at other times and knocked, and he answered.
I don't want to bother
Um,
him.
I mean,
But
Let's
yeah,
go to
I,
the studio.
I say we could just we could show up the bar and make it, a little bit more of a thing in there. Because if we're gonna be local around here, if we don't, if no, do we want to be local around here?
Yeah. Good to get known.
Yeah, true.
fair
Okay,
enough.
and you can even maybe find some new customers.
Exactly.
True.
We can do a few things in there. If she knows everyone in there, it might be really easy to talk to her in there without people intruding if she just tells them to shoot.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, it sounded like Snowcone was going to go first, set up the introduction, and then the rest of you would arrive later, kind of trickle in. This way, it's not so obvious.
Mhm.
Cool. Snowcone, as you make your way back, the same, kind of lazy-looking bouncer that's outside the door. He's mostly just there for his size. Yeah, if he had to run somebody down, he's not going to catch them, type of deal. But yeah, as he kind of sees you, he does just nod his head, kind of,
Hey.
opens the door for you. There's no like red rope outside or anything like that. His job's just to sit there in a chair and check IDs. But yeah, as you make your way in, that band that was setting up when you were first there is now set up on stage. Turns out it was not a clarinet, it is a trumpet, and this is a improv ska band that's trying to relive the glory days of SoCal in its own way, and playing a little bit of a ska reggae kind of feel. It's pretty mellow. It's almost like a mix of like jazz and reggae in its own way. It's definitely very improvised. A lot of it you can tell they're just kind of playing along with each other. But they are currently in the middle of doing a song, and as you walk in, the girl that you're looking for, Lark, is on stage now with them. She kind of has her arm around one of the guys and is helping sing the chorus, just the intervals that she can learn in 5 minutes to this guy's song. And there's a couple of people that are, watching and laughing and kind of having their drinks, etc. But as you go in, grab your seat, there's another beer slid up right in front of you, just magically appears next to you. And after a minute, of her finishing the song, she kind of laughs, gives the guy a big hug, you know what I mean, and waves to the rest of them that are on stage with her as she steps down and makes her way back out into the dance floor area. Again, dance is kind of a vague term. There's probably about 20 people here now, though. You know what I mean? There's a couple of people that are standing in that area or slightly swaying to the beat. But she shakes every hand as she goes by, kind of smiles at everybody that she seems to know, and comes right back. She's like, well, I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Good to see you too, Bird. How's it going?
Bird. Cute. Oh, pretty good. What'd you think of my set? I think I'm going to join the band.
Oh, perfect. Honestly, I haven't heard of a mix that... Man, it brings me back to old days when music was more experimental and not just noise to make money.
Experimental is definitely an option for what they might call that. Either way, glad you made it back. Finally decide on that juice box after all? Or did you come to leave more cookies for the drunks?
Well, actually, I had a couple of friends coming by and they wanted to check out this place because, well, I gave them the recommendation since you were such a great host for here. So they wanted to check out the place and have a conversation with me and you just to be able to, get a better feel of the area because we're all kind of new to this whole being, territory people.
Fair enough. So I get to meet the rest of the Scooby Squad. Sweet. I had heard there was a couple of you in the group. I don't think I've got to meet everybody yet. Like I said, I only briefly saw you the one night. But yeah, cool. Anything special I need to worry about? Like, is there something going on, or just kind of getting a lay of the land? Or, I mean, tell me the truth. Are they here to experience the Bryce's bar at its fullest, or are they here to meet me?
I think they're more here to meet you. I mean, I did talk you up quite a bit when I was describing you.
I imagine you did. She even reached for boops your nose. She's being just as cutesy as she can, you know what I mean? And it works too. Like, it sells very well, as far as the whole persona. It seems to at least work. If it doesn't work with you particularly, it has definitely worked with the crowd. But yeah, the rest of you guys come trickling in behind, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll wait outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever was it? Marina sort of walks in. She subconsciously sort of triggers the awe.
Gotcha. Yeah. As soon if you're walking up to the door, I'm assuming Marina and Numar kind of in tow. As soon as the bouncer sees you and you have your awe active, he immediately smiles. Hey, nice to meet you. Yeah, Steve. He tries to introduce himself as you kind of go by, and it's already over before he even had a chance. Damn, missed my shot.
As he walks, pleasure,
right.
As she just sort of walks past.
Yeah, and Numar, if you stay in tow, he's halfway through trying to come up with what to say next, and Marina's already through the door, and you can follow in behind her or whichever. But yeah, you definitely see the guy still fumbling over his words, it was nice to meet. Shit.
Numar's beautiful in his own way.
I was gonna actually point out, I have points in both beautiful and obvious predator.
You do.
So, I'm curious how walking in with this awe around me might affect.
So I believe the key feature, because I think you and Marina, you have beautiful as well, right?
Yeah.
I thought so. So as the two of you kind of walk in, this guy's, he tries to say something to Marina, then sees you, and then he's like, oh, damn it, she's definitely with that guy, obviously. You know what I mean? And he kind of fumbles over it, but he's already let her in. He goes to stop, and he's like, go ahead. Yeah. But you see him actually kind of take a step back, you know what I mean, with this thing where he's like, obviously this is the guy pretty enough to be with the pretty girl, but at the same time, he immediately, you could tell he has a little bit of intimidation, you know what I mean? Maybe he doesn't know you're a predator, but he definitely knows that you have power, you know what I mean, and kind of steps out of your way and gives you room as you enter. Taking a look at everybody else, though, as you make your way in, definitely a couple of eyes fall on you. Some of the sad old drunks that are hanging out in the booths by themselves definitely stare down Marina as she makes her way through, and equally as much with Numar. You know, kind of seeing the pair come in, it's like, wow, this must be an event, man. We're getting, you know, celebrities in here tonight. These people are pretty. They don't look drunk or nothing. You know what I mean? But yeah, you make your way in. Seats are actually cleared for you as you make your way towards the bar Marina. You see that a middle-aged guy actually gets up and offers you his seat. That just happens to be kind of in the area where you're at. And much like the bartender, he goes to say something, but then as Numar steps in there, thinks better of it, orders a beer, and steps away to mingle with one of the other tables. But yeah, you kind of end up all stretched out on the end of the bar there, next to Snowcone and this girl. As you guys meet her, you see as described, you know what I mean, pom-pom pigtails with, you know, the typical, like, you know, cut shirt that's a little higher and tighter, black skirt, black boots, black fishnets, the whole nine, with big heavy boots to kind of match the whole ensemble. But yeah, the two of them are chatting, and she actually turns around, and before even you say anything, she runs up to Marina. I think would probably be the immediate target, and like throws her arms around you, does the big hug, kicks a foot back, you know what I mean, goes for the very cutesy girl intro, you know what I mean, but treats you like she already knows you. And she's like, hey, I'm glad you made it. Come, grab a seat. Here, actually, hey, Frank, can we have your booth? And you just hear a guy like, you look over at the booth, and you just hear a from underneath of it. And she's like, all right, fine. No need to be so cranky about it. We'll take this one. She moves over one, and as you kind of walk past that booth, you now see there's a drunk guy behind the table, half slumped over back there. But she would escort the whole group to a small little booth area. Now, when I say booths, there's like horseshoe patterns that are next to each other. So there's a group of two people that were sitting at one, Frank, the guy who's sleeping in one, and then the one that you're at. So there's nobody directly adjacent to you, but they are still like open. They're not private booths. But yeah, you can slide in. She as she walks away from the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I said she'd probably purposely sit next to her.
Gotcha. Yeah, as she walks away from the bar, you do see that she slides a couple of dollars on the table, and she says, add it to the tab. Make sure to bring us some drinks, please. You know, and within a couple of minutes, you know, beers are brought over for the guys, and whatever she was drinking that comes in a martini glass has brought and sat in front of Marina. It's in a martini glass, but it's actually like pink, has a couple pieces of fruit and a little plastic sword stuck through it. It is not high class, but they have tried. You know what I mean? As far as like, they were able to buy the glasses and the plastic swords. What else do you need? But yeah, you guys are kind of made at home there, and like I said, it's in a booth. You have some privacy, but it's still kind of exposed. There's a dance floor to your right with 2 or 3 people doing the white guy shuffle. You know what I mean? Kind of sidestepping a little bit, and then the dude to your left who's passed out, and you definitely hear him snoring off and on intermittently between mumblings to himself. But yeah, she's like, so what do I have the pleasure for all of you to come visit me?
Well, let's see. As you can tell, you might probably recognize a few of us, or heard about some things, if what our friend over here was saying.
So I recognize you, and she points at Snowgun, because I just met you. And I recognize you, and she actually points at Numar, and she said, you were at the club one night, and I caught you. I don't think you saw me. Now, you are new, but I keep an ear to the ground, and I heard there was a girl in the group. It's about time. uh, she like, I don't even know you, but yeah, about time. But I assumed it was you when you came in the door with your friend here. And she throws a hand out to all of you, and introduces herself. She says, I go by Lark. Like the little bird. That's what my friends call me anyway. You can call me Lark if you like. Where's your helmeted friend? The one with the hard head. She's like, I recognize him because when he came into the club, I thought he was the guy I was going to need to ask for the drugs. But then I realized it was this fellow, and she kind of leans on Snowcone for a second. This is the life of the party. But your friend looked like a raver, what can I say?
Fair enough. What's to say? I think we wanted to get to know about some of the friends that would be in our area.
Cool. There's not too many of us around here. Easy pickings as far as that goes, especially for a place like this. But yeah, there's a couple that make their way in. What do you need to know? You just trying to get you doing a tally or what?
No. I just want to have a few conversations and see how, get to know a few people, especially if we're going to be, depending on, what goes on in the area, might be good to know.
Cool. Well, I'm an open book for the most part. I hang out here at the bar. I may or may not stay close by, so it's a pretty easy place for me to frequent. Everybody loves me here. It's really easy when you throw a little magic on it, you know what I mean? And she just kind of like makes a little hand gesture, but as she does, you kind of feel another wave of that awe hit you. You know what I mean? Even though it's not having the same effect, you can still tell that she's kind of exuding this presence. And as she does, there's like a guy walking by that like damn near stumbles and trips and almost spills a little beer on the floor, but goes and tries to hurriedly sit himself down at the bar because he couldn't stop staring.
Marina just sort of does it back and just sort of winks at her.
I like your style. It works. It might seem a little cheesy. Like, don't get me wrong, the get up's a little outdated, but they like it and it works for me, so.
Fair enough. So, looks over the Newmar and Snowcone. Just anything you guys want to add in first?
No, don't you lead the conversation. This is what you wanted to see, and I don't want to get interrupt in between anything you have to say.
Fair enough. I just want to see if you guys had anything you would like to say first before we get to the main part of the conversation.
All right, you're scaring me now. Formal conversations?
Bad, honey.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, it's nothing too formal, honey.
If this is about that book stuff, I wasn't really following too much there. Why are we trying to speak to her?
I have my own reason. I just didn't know if you had anything you wanted to say first.
No,
just hi, I guess.
I'll be right back.
All right, a simple hi.
Yeah.
And if no one
yeah,
else
she
minds,
got it.
He's gonna like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Snowcone trying to keep it casual is like gonna go up, grab some like I don't know, like some tortilla chips or peanuts. Or
Oh, there's definitely peanuts at the bar.
Oh yeah, definitely grabbing like a tray full, like a basket of those, bringing them back to the table, and just starts like peeling them apart and eating them.
Nice. But yeah, as you guys kind of mingle in and prepare, she leans in to listen to what you have to say. Bart, out in the alleyway. What are we doing here? Do you walk into the alley, like past the door? Do you have the awkward moment with the bouncer, or what's Bart up to?
But like trying to find a nice and cozy spot to just brood in, or just lean up against a wall. An area with a decent view, I guess. The biggest deal. I want to be able to perceive the front door. Is there a back door to the bar? Like, is that like strip mall or?
Yeah, so like I said,
How does
this
that
kind of
work?
is the back of a strip mall, but there's almost a side to it, where like the dumpsters, and things where
Yeah, there's still a
that.
side exit.
Yeah. They've made use of the back, so the back became the side became the back, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, there's a place where you do find that there is a small door. It appears to be, locked or latched, or maybe not locked but latched at the moment, like closed. That's on the back of the building next to a dumpster. And actually, right next to that, you would see a small ladder that leads up to the roof of the building itself.
Ooh, I want to explore that.
Yeah, as you kind of start making your way up past it, you take a look at the door. Like I said, it does look to be closed, but you can hear the sound of some half-ass ska band trying to warble inside. You know what I mean? Muffled sounds. So you could tell that this is
Yeah.
probably the back, like the kitchen entrance to the club. As you start making your way up the ladder, you look down to the dumpster side, and you see that there is still a man passed out next to it. He's just kind of laying there, half asleep, and there's a juice box and a cookie sit next to him neatly. And you make your way up to the top. Making your way up to the top of this, you have a big flat building up here. It has, raised edge like the buildings do, but it's just a big flat top of a strip mall. A couple of air conditioner units, a couple of things like that. But you also see a couple of hatches that go into lower buildings. So maybe like fire exits for some of the strip malls locations. But yeah,
Nice.
you've got the full spread as far as that. Thousands of ants. Shit, they caught me. That's how you get ants. Damn cookies. But yeah, you get the full spread of the entire building, and then next to it, there's that secondary building where the other bar is, because like it's across the alley, and it's almost like a strip mall of its own too, but just 2 or 3 buildings on that one. But yeah, if you had to, you could easily hop between the two. I mean, you've got the whole kind of blanket here. From where you're at, you can almost see to the graveyard that's kind of across the main road and out a little bit. You can see the edge of it. But yeah, you kind of get a good lay of the land from up here for sure.
Good to know that this is available. I will then say that Bart would want to do a lap around the top, just kind of seeing if there's anything of note. If not, check out the various doors up top to see if anything's unlocked.
Yeah.
And
See, as far as locks go, I think they all would be locked or latched, you know what I mean? Things like that. But taking a look at a couple of these would be child's play. You could get into
Yeah.
these if you wanted to.
good to know.
It looks like that one of them is directly above the yoga studio. One of them is, let me take a look at the locations there. Make sure I got all these right.
Tattoo parlor, I think, was the thing attached to the yoga studio.
Yeah, there was a tattoo parlor, a yoga studio. Let me see. Where's my West LA notes here? Garden Palms Retirement, nope. The Garage, Nocturne, Braces. So there is probably one that leads into the bar as well. And you would see one across the way that leads into Salty's Tavern. So both bars would have access. The other building, so the yoga studio is one. The other one is Lotus Vintage Boutique. So you've kind of looked in the windows a time or two before, and it appears to be kind of, I'm trying to think how to explain this. It is a probably Indian-owned dress shop. They sell like handmade, like the woven dresses and things like that.
But
But
an older
also,
style.
it's a very classic kind of style, I guess. But like some of it could be even modern. It's just that they're kind of set to be a little bit more flowery and over the top. Like you would assume that Indian women would shop here for their regular clothes. Everybody else would come here as kind of like, oh, that's neat. You know what I mean? Things like that. If you've ever been to the Market District in Pittsburgh, like that's what I'm thinking of. They got a lot of those shops with like the handmade dresses and things. But they also sell like bracelets and jewelry, but it is all like really cheap costume jewelry. You know what I mean? So like they've designed it to be a ladies' dress store with custom handmade dresses, but it's pretty low end. You know what I mean? But from there, you may be able to gain entrance into other buildings, but those are the two that have. So like Bryce's Bar, Lotus Boutique, and the yoga studio, Moonlit
Yep, I made
Yoga.
notes for later.
Yep, those are the
Beyond
ones that
still
have.
anything of note outside of the buildings. Then still is what I'm perceiving.
Gotcha.
Before that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the roll on that one. You would see everything.
Ooh.
Pretty quiet night for the most part. Taking a look around, you definitely hear the drunk guy behind the dumpster that's still there, snoring away, kind of slumbering it out. You hear people coming in and out of the dive bar and Salties.
You said give me the rolls, making sure you're not counting that one with the 6, right? That was from I think something else.
I forget what it was for, but I was just rolling with that. You're pretty aware.
Okay,
You
sure.
got a
That
good
was for
view
the
from up
hand.
here.
that
Yeah.
was for the hand thing.
Yeah, you're right about that. That is true. But as far as that goes, just taking a look around, it seems to be one or two patrons that either go in or out of Salty's Tavern. And taking a look, if you look far enough down the street, you do see that same Crown Vic, and there's a guy sitting in it. He's nowhere near where you're at, you know what I mean? He's like a block and a half down looking at another strip mall area, but you definitely see he hasn't left the area. He's still hanging around somewhere.
But maybe
but
just
yeah.
slowly drifting is his method instead of actually.
It
getting
does look
proper
like that. He's
target.
just kind of combing the neighborhood, you know what I mean? Keeping an eye on things by the looks of it. But yeah, you got a full sight from up here, so if anything does happen, you have the vantage point of seeing it. Is there anything that you're wanting to try and do while you're up here, or just kind of keeping an eye out while waiting for these guys?
It was mainly just curiosity's sake when I got down to it. So it's like one of those, after about 15 minutes, I think Bart will take the wise move of getting down from the place that he'd probably get yelled at for being at, and make his way someplace that he can watch the exterior of the bar.
Cool. Well, as you post up and kind of...
What the fuck?
Right. There's damn vampires up there. But yeah, taking a look around, you got a good view from where you're at, and like I say, even if you get down, you can kind of circle the area and keep an eye on things without disturbing the bouncer. Salty's, of course, doesn't even have one. You know what I mean? Bryce's probably only has one because there's a band tonight, you know? But yeah, you got a good, you can roam the area. And as on the inside, she kind of leans in to hear what you have to say. This might actually be a good chance for us to take a quick break since it's 10:15. And we can figure, that'll give you guys 10 minutes to think of what you want to say to her. But yeah, guys, we're going to go ahead and grab our break real quick. I'm going to try and keep it to like really tight, 10, 15 at the most. You know, I know that's what we usually do is 15, but we started a little late. I want to keep it tight.
20.
Right. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take our quick break. Give us about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll continue the second half of the stream. But great opportunity for you guys to head over to the Ko-Fi shop, check out the rumors and evidence that are currently there. Keep an eye on that because I will be updating that probably tomorrow. I'm working on building a World Amble page, which is a Wikipedia style format for this game, so you guys can have that. If you guys want, I will make sure to post a link during this game to the World Anvil, so you can go ahead and check out what's already there, but it still needs... I'm moving everything from my personal notes into there. It's getting there.
Cool.
But yeah, give you a good chance this way. You can see the rumors better, you can see the evidence better, all the characters, every NPC, every person or place that we went to, etc. But yeah, this is a fully interactive game, guys. If you want to add anything to our game, you can essentially do so through the evidence system. And as long as people enjoy it, it'll end up becoming the next arc to our story. So it's a cool opportunity for you guys to add all your cool shit to it. But we're going to go ahead and take our quick break. Make sure to check out the Ko-Fi shop. If you haven't already, please follow the channel. It does help a lot. We're almost up to 600 followers. I'd love to see us hit that 600. And if you've been around for a while, maybe consider a subscription, man. Subs are a great way to show your support, keep the internet paid, and all that cool shit. But yeah, we'll be back here in about 10 to 12 minutes, and we'll see you guys then. Hang tight. Alrighty then. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Let us continue Rumors of the Dead, Vampire the Masquerade, 5th edition Chronicle set in Los Angeles, with rumors by you, the chat. But yeah, as we last left off, Bart was surveying the area around the bar, keeping an eye out, playing forward scout. Did spot the cop that was keeping an eye on things, but for the most part, seems like a pretty quiet, area. You do see one or two women in scrubs that make their way in and out of the moonlit yoga studio. One girl walks in a pair of scrubs while another walks out in what seems to be her yoga wear, now sweaty, but carrying a pair of scrubs. You feel like a lot of the patrons here probably treat this like their gym after working a hard day at the nursing home. There is some workout equipment inside there as well. But yeah, you guys are hanging out at the dive bar, Bryce's bar, with, I just gave you her name. What is it again? I remember the Lark part, but what was her actual first name?
Amelia.
I got it. Amelia, thank you. I was looking for it here. But yeah, hanging out with Amelia, a new kindred Bruja that you have recently met, and she has leaned over the table waiting to hear whatever interesting proposal you have to offer her. She's intrigued.
So, you said you like to live around these areas, right?
I may.
How would you like, a sort of job in a sense?
Is this like the type where I have to hide a body at the end? Because I don't really
No.
like that.
No, actually, it's going to be the perfect type for you, I believe.
Okay.
I'm considering opening up a business. A bit more of, it's a, how would I put it lightly? No, I'll just say it straight out. More of a gentleman's club.
Do you want me to be a stripper?
I mean, you could be more of a manager if you want, but I mean, if you want to get up on the pole, that's up to you too. If you
Like, don't get me wrong, I could probably kill it if I tried, but like, I don't really feel like doing that anymore.
yeah, but I meant more in the
Oh,
management
well,
position.
yeah, okay, so she kind of takes a second. You see a flutter of a memory from years past that floats through her head. So let me get this right. You just met me. You're opening a strip club in this neighborhood, and you want me to manage it.
Be more of a test in a sense. If you
Yeah, fuck it, I'm in. Like,
All
I
right.
mean, I don't really have anything to lose in it, right? Like,
Exactly.
you're not gonna like set me up with a as long as I'm not having to work the pole or
You don't have
grease up any poles in the back rooms.
Nope.
I
I just need someone to look over things while I'm not there, if everything gets set correctly. And since you want to, if you're going to be living around this area, you plan to frequent around here. I think it'd be a good way to get to know you a little bit better and have a bit more better relationships with the people within our little area here.
let me be straight up. The way I see it is it's got a good flow of traffic, people coming in and out, doing what they got to do, right? I get to play manager, as it were. So as long as I get to feed, I get to run things the way I kind of like to run them. I've ran a business before. Like, it's your place, cool, but like, do I get to manage my own girls?
Yes, I would believe so. I wouldn't see any issue with that. I mean, we'd talk a bit more on it, see exactly how things would go. It's more of a both a test because if let's just say if it doesn't go well, no harm or no issue like that. But if it does go well, you do a good job to and it all goes well in a sense.
I managed a
That might
dollar
bring up
store
some.
once. I did really good at that.
It might bring up some other opportunities, depending on what happens. If you were not opposed to them.
Food coming in now. I could bring some of the locals from this place. I know a few girls. Yeah, yeah, it seems like it could be fun. What's the worst that could happen, right? It's your dime.
Exactly.
So, exactly when are you planning on opening your cabaret?
It might be just a little bit. We're pulling together some things. I've been working some things into and put together. But I didn't want to go forward with the idea without anyone I know that could help with either running it or help find some people to actually work there without, getting everything set up.
Fair enough. You need somebody that knows the locals that can help bring in some fresh meat, as it were. I can do that part. I'm always looking for a place to grab a good snack. Let's be honest. They know me here, but if I could hang my head as a manager, I could probably get even more attention. Yeah, I think I could fuck with that. Yeah, let me know. Keep me posted. She's like, my best friend here, Snowcone. She kind of leans on Snowcone again. He should be able to give you my number, and we'll stay in touch. Let me know when you want to do it. Where are you gonna put it?
We're either thinking about a strip mall nearby, or there's an old sort of abandoned bank that we might be able to play some some sort of name with. I don't know. We'll see.
Strip club at a bank. Lots of cages. Cool. Yeah, sounds pretty rad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm okay with it as long as you don't mind me grabbing a little snack. I do actually know some people, like people, and then some of us people. She leans in. That could probably that would be amenable to dancing, as far as that goes. This isn't the only club I frequent. I got a lot of hot spots in the area, but yeah, we don't have one of those clubs around here. And then she definitely sees Snowcone raising his hand. She just reaches over and grabs it and pulls it in. She's like, "Yes, my love."
If I can make a suggestion for this operation, I mean, not to step on any toes. Seeing as that this place is a bit of old architecture, being all stone columns and all, I think I would be needing a new and interesting name, would it not?
That is exactly what I was thinking. That's something I'd have to think up over some time. We could figure out, but if a place it stands out as, and especially if it's a club, it'll stand out even more in such a place like that.
Yeah,
If you're
honestly,
looking for suggestions,
there's a lot of drunks around here. This place could use some more bars.
Hey.
I would suggest if we're doing something like this, give it a classy yet more not whimsical, more grandiose name. Let's see, column stone.
She kind of starts
I got it. The Pantheon.
Pantheon. Sounds kind of like someplace Greek. She's just thinking out loud to herself. She was there's a lot of cool names you could surely come up with.
We'll workshop it over the next as we're setting things up.
Cool.
But yeah, we'll figure out some things. I just would, if we're gonna be, making sure this area is all safe, it'd be nice to have a spot where, people that like to frequent around this area and other things like that know where to find us. That isn't necessarily our home.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You know what I mean? That's kind of why I kick it here. Place to meet up with people, socialize a little bit, grab a snack, and yeah, I get the gist of it. I think I could fuck with that. I like I said, I know a few people. I think I could probably send your way. People that are interested in taking a different form of payment, so to speak. If you get a revolving door of customers, that's a revolving door of appetizers.
As-
And she,
wait,
yeah, cool,
as
cool,
long-
cool.
as
So you're
long
part of
as
the
all of
clique
them
now,
walk
huh?
out- as long as all of them walk out by the night.
Yeah, yeah, right. Like, well, I mean, it doesn't do any good if you kill him. You know, she
Exactly.
kind of, she's slightly whispering when she says all this, but like as you kind of look around, it's nobody's really is even though
Yeah.
eyes are on you, you know what I mean, being all these beautiful people sitting in the middle of the shitty dive bar, you know what I mean, it nobody's close enough to directly overhear.
Yeah.
But yeah, she agrees. She's like, yeah, I mean, if you kill him, you don't get to eat him, you know, twice. You know, you can't get leftovers. But yeah,
Exactly.
I can work with it. I'll keep an eye out on the area, you know, see what I can do for you. Like, so, what's the deal? You part of the clique now or what? She's like, so I knew these guys, and it looks like you're missing one, and now they've gained you. So,
I might be. I mean, sort of looks over at the other two, just like, am I? Or is that a full group decision that you need to speak
oh,
with
geez, I didn't mean to make
another one
this
of our
like
friends?
an event, but I just heard there was a new kindred running around with you. By the way, what happened to the other guy? Kind of looks around. You know, even knowing he's not there, kind of looks around.
Marina sort of just slowly looks
Uh,
over the new Mar.
You said Hardhead was outside, right?
Yeah, yeah, he's outside.
Yeah, somewhere. He's doing his own thing.
Sneaky, sneaky, that one. I heard why he wears the helmet. Is it really bad under there? I can barely deal with Frederick, if I'm being honest. Like, that is rough.
Um, she just doesn't even know what to say. She's like, I don't know what just like,
Marina, I think you've seen it like once.
yeah.
As a
Yeah,
reminder, it's like a rip-off Deadpool. It's
Yeah. Just sort of like, I
Like,
mean,
she's just like,
for
I
me,
don't.
this
Good.
side of things is more new for me.
So,
So, I mean, it was kind of weird when I first saw it, but I don't Mhm.
right?
Sort of
I've been
like,
at this for a while. It still takes some getting used to. Like, it really does. Dude, I met this one guy, and he had fish eyes, like a fish on the side of his head, and they were giant. Oh god, it was the craziest thing. And like she starts going on about this fish man that she met in the sewers. She's like, you know, anyway, he was crazy. Not as bad, you know. Like there's a lot of them I've seen, but like that one was the worst. You know what I mean?
well, I mean, good thing if anyone's listening in, they just think you might be just, on some drugs. That sounds like someone
Right.
on drugs in LA would say.
Fair enough, right? The fish man that lives in the sewers, of course. Everybody in LA knows about it. But yeah, she kind of casually throws it out there and stuff like that. She's like, I mean, you know, there's Xander and stuff. Like he's not so bad. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
Have you got to meet any of your neighbors yet? By the way, I know this is the first time I'm getting to meet any of you guys.
I personally haven't really met many people. I met a few, but I can't speak for the other two.
Yeah,
What, you've been living under a rock for the last year or what?
Been in an apartment locked up for 6 months, but close enough.
I know that feeling. I find myself locked away a lot.
Not by choice. Okay.
Oh, wait, what? And it just looks
It's
confused.
nothing. It's
I'll,
nothing. It's dealt with now.
yeah, I'll lean over to her and go. You're not the only bird here. The difference between you and her is she was in a cage for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't have that. She kind of just, you know, lets it slide. Leans over. Sorry.
bird.
But
It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah, if you guys want to open a titty bar, I'm down.
Okay, and if all goes well with that, we might fund a few other things around here. Actually, make this place a little bit nicer.
Cool, cool. Well, if I need to get a hold of you guys, how do I do that? Like points to all of you. I guess Snowcone. She's like, oh wait, I got your card. Cool, cool, cool.
We probably texted through Snowcone's phone number at first, but like,
Yeah.
I would have noted down that my phone number is welcome to be given to her. And,
Cool.
Marina, yeah. Marina just sort of looking over what she did to Snow-Cone's arm, sort of smiles, grabs out a thing of lipstick, and just does it to her arm.
Nice. All the way up the arm, no problem.
Yep.
Doesn't
Just all the
even
way.
mind. Yep. She sits down. Sweet. I will keep in touch. Well, you guys want to dance or what? Band's not terrible comparatively. I've heard worse here.
I mean, I don't mind staying if the rest of you guys need to do something. Unless I'm needed somewhere with you guys, or unless you guys whatever you want to do. It's one of my first nights actually out that I don't have to worry about anything at the moment.
Well, let's get you something to eat then. Whatever it is, just make sure to stay away from Frank. This guy, I swear to God, you could run a car on what comes out of that man. Do not drink from him.
Don't worry, I've already had a fill tonight, so I'd rather just relax and have a little bit
Fair
of fun.
enough. But yeah, you guys are left to the club. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's a shitty dive bar. By the time it's all said and done, and like it was already kind of late, anyway. It's probably approaching closer to 3, about the time they would be closing now anyhow. But there's probably about 24 people mingling around the bar. A couple of couples, like older couples that come here just to have their nightly beers, things like that. Couple of the, younger kids that came in with the ska band, ska, jazz band, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's a pretty mild crowd. So like if anybody needed to snack, you could probably grab some food here, as far as that goes, and mingle with the residents or locals, whatever. They're typically more than happy to talk to you for the most part. They just kind of live here, so there's lots of people to talk to. But Bart, as far as your end, other than the people that come through the yoga studio, you do start to eventually see people pouring out of the bar as it does kind of come closer towards the end of the night. But if you guys had anything you wanted to do before they closed.
Marina probably just would hang out with Amelia and chat with people a little bit.
Yeah, she's got lots of cool stories to share. She doesn't tell you how old she is, but just based off the kind of verbal clues that she gives, she's been a kindred for a couple of years at least, you know what I mean? She's telling stories about places that she's traveled through LA, as far like east as New York and Chicago and other places, but finally settled down here and has just kind of made her home. Specifically here in Izzy's domain, just because she likes Izzy. It's kind of the gist is what she gives you. She's like, yeah, I mean, she's pretty laid back. She's cool. She doesn't bother me. She lets everybody kind of do their own thing. It's kind of what I was looking for, It's the best of both worlds. I don't have some, someone that's charging us any, blood tax or anything like that. I've been around the cam, and I'm not even going to consider doing that again. But yeah, it's a pretty sweet place. But yeah, you guys are, unless if there's nothing else that you want to do, you can just make your way out when they kick out the rest of them. You know what I mean? You notice that at the end of the night, when they do start kicking everybody out, they don't kick out Frank. He just stays in the booth. He lives there apparently. You would actually maybe even so like how late do you stay? Do you make your way out with the first view or the last view?
I would say I don't know about the rest of the Marina would sort of just hang around as with Amelia wherever she would end up leaving at the moment.
Amelia would be one of the last out. She helps bust a couple of the tables as she grabs a couple of empty glasses that are left behind, carries them up to the bar, leans over and gives a hug and kiss to the bartender, an older woman, bigger, bright red hair, kind of has, a gruff, kind of disposition. But as she does, she says, all right, sweetheart, I'll see you in the morning, or in tomorrow night, and she actually reaches behind the bar and you see her pull out what looks to be a large green towel, which is actually a small little blanket. She runs over, throws it over top of Frank, the drunk passed out on the table, and you hear the bartender say, thank you, sweetie. He's a pain in the ass, but I love him. And makes her way out of the bar into the alleyway. As she kind of does, she stops, and like this is where Bart you would see as she comes out, she takes a big stretch into the night air. She's like, "Whew, another good one. That was fun." Well, I guess I gotta head back to my place, but it was cool meeting you guys. Tell your friend Hardhead wherever he's at that I said hey.
I give a wave once I see the group.
Oh, there he is. You know what I mean? She kind of throws back a little wave, you know what I mean, in a cute way. But yeah, you guys are left to the night air unless you have any need for her.
What was it? Marina pulls out the phone. Is like, one moment before she walks away and sends a group text real quick asking, should we warn her about the officer that is currently staking the neighborhood?
Oh yeah, like hopefully that was said during some time within the conversation
Yeah.
of the past 2 hours.
Well, yeah, she was. When it was more, she was just in there at the dancing, just making sure.
Uh-huh.
But she
Right.
sort of was like, I just want to let you know before, she sort of like whispers, like just sort of leaves us like, there is an officer that's been patrolling the area just slightly. Might be watching out for people like us. Not sure. Just be careful. Just watch your back if you need to, drink a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little concerning. Right on.
Mm-hmm.
Good looking out though. I'll keep an eye out for it.
A lot of weird things these nights. I mean, just call us if anything seems a little bit out of the weird, like weird cops, weird noises, or weird furry things. Anything out the ordinary.
Gonna give you a look when you say weird furry things. Kind of like cocks her head. She's like, you know what? It's LA. I believe it. I have heard crazier things.
Yeah, when I was, what was it, earlier the other day when I was running around and one of the places we were at, I heard someone say something about a kid that was like a superhero. I don't know.
Dude, I've heard about that. You're talking about Super Kid.
She's just like, I've heard very small things, but like I said, I've been out of an apartment for 3 days.
But like, I've been out a little bit more. I mean, like I run around, but she's like, no, I definitely heard of Super Kid. Like, apparently he's like fighting crime and kicking ass all over West LA. Like, I don't know. It's the rumor that's going around anyway. Like, if I find him, I'm definitely challenging him to an arm wrestling match for sure.
Do you think he's, one of?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, like maybe he's one of us. Like just looks like a kid, but I don't know. It's like apparently just a kid dressed like a superhero, but like they've been finding like criminals like tied up behind buildings and shit. Like he's doing some like vigilante Batman shit. It's cool.
I didn't know we had Pajama Sam running around here.
I know that character. But yeah, like I definitely try to keep an ear to the ground. If I ever hear anything, I'll make sure to pass it your way. Keep some of these locals learn a lot of shit, man. You kind of just mingle and socialize with everybody. They tell you stories, you piece together what they don't, and you can learn a lot from these guys.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, either way, it was good meeting you, but I have got to head home before the sun comes out and my pumpkin turns back in, or my carriage turns back into a pumpkin. But I will catch you guys later, and I hope to talk to you again about our business endeavor.
And I hope to talk to you again about that and maybe some other things, but that can always wait. And she sort of turns around and starts walking to the car.
Yep. As you guys are kind of like the last ones left standing in the alley, more or less, you see her, take a little bit of a small bow, almost in a kind of a jesting way, as she's like, "See you later, guys." Makes her way around the corner. You hear a bit of a whoosh sound, and she's gone. Bart, you still on the roof?
No.
Okay, but you were still. You were in the.
A little bit.
You were in the alley, right? Though, kind of like not hanging out in front of the door is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You might be able to see as she makes her way around the corner. She uses soaring leap to go up to the roofs, and she's gone.
Okay. Why not use a ladder? There's a ladder right there.
You like, as you mutter this to yourself, you see a tiny little pigtailed head peek over the wall, and she's like, "Cause it looks cooler." Peace. Gone. You know what I mean? Just like disappears.
You can't like shout masquerade or else that kind of violates it in and of itself, I think. But still, yeah,
Don't be-
I guess that's what happens when you like
You just
have
hear
responsibility but don't have authority.
you just hear, "Don't be a hater." It's like she disappears off into the darkness somewhere. But yeah, you guys are now left about an hour or two before daybreak, you know what I mean? But left to yourselves, more or less, out here in this alleyway.
Anyone want to join me in going down into the sewer for like a half hour to an hour? Do a little wander
sewer?
about?
Marina says, as looking at her fresh new outfit.
Okay.
You don't have to. No, it's no pressure. I just want to look for the Xander fellow.
Yeah, but it's yeah. We
Like,
can
just
do that.
give a marking in a what I'm going to hopefully guess is a common area for him to travel through.
Yeah, I was about to say, as far as the description you were given on him, it just says that he tends to hang out in the sewers. He likes kind of seeking out those hidden places that he can find. And luckily, this is, a major metropolitan city. Just looking down in the alleyway that you're standing in, there is a sewer grate, that happens to be behind the bar, So, like, if you wanted to take that option, it was available to you. But as far as, like, the description you were given, there was no, like, X on a map anywhere that gave you a rough idea, but he's somewhere within this area.
I've still
Which
had a little bit
isn't
of
big.
time to explore the area. Would I know of any places that I could place a mark?
I'll tell you what, let's do it. Let's make a roll on it, because we've never actually, you've discussed maybe checking out the sewers, but we've never actually rolled to see what you found.
It's just part of my poster, and so I figure I've gotten at least a little bit of a lay of the land.
Yeah, definitely.
With streetwise?
That's what I was thinking. Streetwise seems like a good one here. You know what I mean? Stealth break-ins. I was trying to see if there was something we could do there, but yeah, I think that's fun. Or you know what? You can even use your investigation too, because like wits and investigation, what you've investigated, that's a slightly better roll for you. 1 extra dot. See how well you kick it. Nice. 3 successes. I think with 3, there's probably a couple of areas that you could think, you know what I mean? Like, that there's the basic sewers, right? But you did find at one point that there was a small network over near the graveyard that you hadn't got to explore. It seemed a little bit disused by the main sewage lines. They've almost navigated around it now, but may have previously traveled through there. And as you kind of look around there's also areas directly under you in the strip mall area that you've searched pretty well, but they get a little crazy. As kind of all these, this is the area where all the buildings really are, under the hospital and things like that. So if anything, you'd probably say it would be maybe one of the 2 of those areas that you haven't got to explore as much.
Yeah, considering the fact that it's a little bit more of our actual locale, I will place just a mark in like a thief can or like a street marking for just a request for meeting down in the area under the graveyard.
No, Nosferatu tagging, you know what I mean? Yeah,
one of
so you
the
got
5 things that I learned from, or the 5 symbols. I haven't gotten a lot for that. But
one of the handful of symbols that you actually learned. I guess the big question is, do you guys all join him in his little expedition through the sewers?
Marina
Sure,
will
why
probably look down
not?
there and just shake her head. And I was like, I'll wait up here. Just sort of.
Umar?
Yeah, I think I'll pass too. I don't think it takes four of us to search a sewer.
I'll give Snowcone a light tour. Not the
Fair
best
enough.
tour guide of it all, but
Fair enough. I tell you what, Snowcone, if you want to also give me either a wits awareness or wits investigation, let's see what you find while you're down here. It will be a little difficult as there's no natural light, but you guys all possess cell phones, so like you can turn on flashlights and stuff like that. It's not too
Yeah, I think
difficult.
part of my kit would be a true flashlight, so
Yeah,
that's
I
good to
will.
have.
I will assume that you are competent in these things and have brought what's required to see in the dark if needed. But yeah, we'll let him go ahead and make a roll, and then we'll determine what you guys see while you're down there. What do the other two of you do while you're waiting? Do you go do anything, or do you just hang out there and kind of wait for him to come back?
I mean, she would probably just actually get on her phone and sort of just playing around on her phone for a moment, just sort of sit there and just.
I'm not coming back to
Hmm.
y'all, by the way.
So that's a 1, but not
Yeah,
the best roll, but
I'm
not the
gonna
worst
probably
either.
go back to the crypt.
Cool.
Wait, did Snowcone,
Actually,
did you leave your van back at the club?
Um,
Oh.
Like, do you want to walk back through the sewers or walk back up top? Because I just want to go back up top.
I mean, you're the one getting the tour, so it's
Oh,
up to you.
yeah.
yeah,
while you're
You know,
going,
Snowcone.
just to show a moment of vulnerability, I think Bart will lead Snowcone back up through his haven. Maybe not fully
Nice.
noting it, but we go up through a sewer grate. There's a latching mechanism that is a bit tricky that Bart works through, and he's able to get the large grate off. It leads into a medium-sized concrete room that like drains down into the central location. There's a computer, there's a few lockers, small table. But then we go through my front door back onto the streets after a small walk upstairs.
Oh. Won't this look familiar?
Yeah.
It really
Uh,
shouldn't. I haven't led you through here before.
Yeah, it may not be a
But it
place you've
is like
been, but yeah, as you kind of come up, you definitely would
it's like
recognize that you're in someplace like a business or a factory, right? Or the
it's
basement of.
across the street and then like a block over from graveyard essentially is
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
place of this locale. So close and recognizable.
Oh,
Or did you say doesn't this look familiar when we were down in the thing or when we got up onto the street?
I think he would say that it looks familiar when he got up into the street because he would see the graveyard and be like, "Oh, doesn't that look familiar?" Because he
Okay,
could
cool.
see.
If you
Yeah.
knew where this was beforehand, my dude would have gotten paranoid. But we good. We good. Yeah. You want someone to walk back with you to the bar area or do you got it?
Yeah.
For someone to keep you
Um,
company.
I really don't want to that much, but like if
All right,
feeling it.
I'll go by myself.
Good.
I mean, it's
I go try getting some more work done. Or like I'll do my warehouse work job for the last hour or so of my night.
Right
yeah.
on. So yeah, you
Other
make
than
your way down towards that area where you were talking about, below the graveyard and kind of around the area where you're at. You leave a couple of symbols that are essentially, NOS in the neighborhood, NOS
Cool,
on
yeah.
board type of deal. Taking a look around, you don't see any Nosferatu symbols, but you definitely do, with at least Bart would notice with the 3 successes. You do see a couple of places where there's like a fresh handprint or a shoe print that have been left behind that, would have been barely recognizable to anyone else, but since you were looking for it, you happened to find it. So you definitely think you might be in the right area. Somebody's definitely been moving through these tunnels, you know what I mean? Whether it's the day workers or, the kindred that you're actually looking for. You've definitely tracked down some prints and you think you kind of get into the right area,
Cool.
and leave a couple of tags and yeah, see if you get any sort of reply on that. Later on you make your way back out and show Snowcone through your haven. Maybe not give him a full tour, but lead him through it enough to where he can get back to the street. And Snowcone you would recognize. It's like, oh, we've been walking for an hour, but somehow I've ended up right back where I started. You're like a block and a half away from where you began as you kind of pop out there. which is right around the corner from where your ice cream truck was parked. As for Marina and Numar, do you do anything special other than just heading back, or?
Yeah, I believe she'd probably just head back towards her apartment and look around to see if was it since it's early morning, see if was it Tara's gotten back up yet since she fell asleep pretty early in the night.
Yeah, I think by the time that you come back, she is probably like, so you're coming back almost right around sun up, and she is already kind of up. She looks a little tired, like she maybe just woke up. But as you kind of come in, you see that she has already got on a pair of like spandex pants and a kind of semi-tight fitting shirt and running shoes. So she has gotten up for like a morning run, kind of, which seems a little out of place for her. You've never, usually she's on the couch eating Funyuns. But this morning she has woke up with a pep in her step and decided to go for a run when you come in on her. And she's like, "Hey guys, long time no
I
see."
think it would just be Marina at this point because I think what
Or
we call it
yeah,
Numar went back to
Numar,
his
did you
crib.
head back to your crypt?
Yeah, that's correct.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, when Marina comes in that case, she would be kind of there. She's like, I got up this morning. I was watching some TikToks, and I found a cool one that said if you run in the morning, it kind of gives you like a euphoric high. So I'm gonna go give it a shot.
Nice. Like the outfit, and second of all, how late do you think you're gonna be out there? How late into the sun's coming up do you think you're gonna be running out there?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know how long it takes before it finally kicks in or whatever, but like, I just kind of figured I'd run and see what happened. Um, and if that doesn't work out, stop and grab like some Thai food on the way back through.
Because I was seeing if you weren't gonna be out too late before the sun comes up, I might give a jog with you just in case, since
Yeah,
we still have our little issue that you're up here for.
right. Yeah, like I mean, if you want to make it back before the sun comes up, like that sounds fair to me. It won't be as hot.
Yeah, I just didn't want to, given that the reason why you moved in up this way with everything that happened, I just don't want anything to, you decided to go out for a morning run and something happened.
Oh
No
shit,
offense.
dude, I totally forgot. You see, you kind of like catch her attention. She's like, "Damn, no, I know. I've been here for like 3 days, and like, sorry, it's just been kind of, it's been so chill. I didn't even think about it. Yeah. Yes, I would love to have you join me. That's actually probably really smart. Um, Here, let's speed this along." And you see her reach into the giant, like messenger bag, and she's rummaging around in there, and she pulls out a small bag that contains, a handful of mushrooms, and she's like, "Here, I'll split them with you. This way we don't have to run so much." And she starts just eating a handful of mushrooms.
You,
Um,
I'm good. I'm good.
sure.
Yeah, don't take the
All
other half
right.
too. Just
Dumps the other half of the
put one.
bag into her face, and she's like,
Good.
"Yeah, now,
Oh,
now if the running doesn't work, at least this will."
okay, I'll carry you back home. Let's go.
Right. And she does.
Let's hope
If
she
you
doesn't puke.
right, if you go out and start running with her, she is athletic. She is well in shape. You know what I mean. All the yoga has paid off.
Yeah.
Her cardio might not be as good. She still eats what she wants and things. But yeah, she does okay for the first 10 or 15 minutes, and then after that you start to see the strides getting a little bit more slow and a little more jelly like.
Yeah.
By the end of it, she's just kind of like, "I love running. This is great," like swinging her arms real big and just looking at everything. But yeah, she might be drawing a little bit of attention to herself, but nobody else is out here at this time of morning. But she seems
Yeah.
to really be enjoying her run, and you can tell, based off the fact that she ate, a handful of mushrooms and still functioning, even if a little jelly. She's a veteran. You know what I mean? As we've discussed before, this is kind of her thing.
Yeah,
Um,
I would imagine that was it with was it the celerity that Marina has. There's no issue even at the beginning just to easily keep up.
Yeah, yeah,
Either she
you
was
could
going.
easily keep up with her. I do want you to give me a wits and awareness roll though.
Can I? Also, I was gonna say, as I mentioned, as another thing I was gonna do is use my heightened senses while I run to see if I can hear or notice anything around as well.
Absolutely.
Right.
So,
How does?
let's see. I believe heightened senses just works. I don't know if that actually has a
Yeah.
mechanical role. Let's check out heightened senses real quick. Believe you copied and pasted all your stuff, right?
Yes,
Cool.
I did.
So let's see, where's that? Heightened rapid reflexes, heightened senses. Until deactivated, having the power activated for longer stretches of time without rest, more than seen, especially so for high stimulus environments, might necessarily. Okay, that's willpower. Let's see. The vampire's senses sharpen to a predator natural degree, giving them the ability to see in pitch darkness, hear ultrasonic frequencies, and smell fear of cowering prey. There it is. User adds their Auspex rating to all perception rolls. So yeah, you can add your Auspex rating, which should only be 1 dot, but you can add that on top of your wits and awareness roll as far as that goes.
See, so it would be wits. Where's my wits? Where's
So that,
wits?
oh yeah, you should go awareness then wits. Wits is up
Oh,
top. So
okay.
click the awareness
Attribute.
first. Sorry. Yeah, I still always say the
just-
attribute
I could-
first.
I'll just do the add 1 dice since it's a one thing instead of trying doing it with the
Yeah, essentially you're just
yeah.
rolling 5 dice.
Yeah.
Any way you can make it roll 5 dice, you'll be good there.
wits, and then I just add 1 to the pool size modifier.
Yep.
Oh, I
Oof.
would like to use willpower for that.
I assumed.
All 3 of those re-rolling.
Oh
Okay.
shit. Okay, that makes it a
that'd be a
critical.
critical.
Yeah. That takes it
Oh.
from those 3 that we see to 5. So yeah, with 5 successes. And like I said, she does now that she knew that once she knew that you were going to be with her and keeping her safe, she went for it. You know, she's not really paying a lot of attention. She's more or less just enjoying the moment, you know, as she runs down the street, having a little bit of a morning buzz on her mushrooms. But you are paying close attention to who's paying attention to her. You pass a couple of people making their morning trips, heading to work, etc., and things like that. You try to catch, a couple of eyes catch her as she's being a little louder than she probably should be this early in the morning anyway. But yeah, it doesn't seem like anything is standing out. But after you probably get about like an hour into your run, you do almost feel like there's something there, something watching, something looming. But despite your efforts looking around, you don't really see anything. You just get a feeling of it. You know what I mean? Like someone's watching not just her, but you. You know what I mean? But it's kind of just one of those general feelings. You don't have any way of proving it or establishing it, but it's just kind of something that you would inherently feel with your heightened senses. You know what I mean? But like even trying to track back to like, okay, I felt really awkward here. You know what I mean? Looking around, stopping, taking a moment, you still don't see anybody. So if they are there, they're either incredibly obscured or maybe it's just a strange feeling. You know what I mean? Kind of being around her, but
Yep.
yeah, that's the general gist of what you get.
Was it what does Marina know how they met Tara, right? They told her, right? About
Yeah, I think a lot of
Yeah.
information about Tara has been provided just because they asked her to live with you.
Yeah.
And at very least, you would have heard her story about how she was at the library and felt like somebody was watching her.
Yeah.
So she left
think-
and had that whole feeling on the way home as well.
I think with Marina, just still mostly mortal thinking, she'd probably be like, was it thinking like, well, she did somehow stop a ghost, and the way that Marina would understand ghosts would be some sort of invisible presence.
Right.
So that's probably what would probably be first thing that popped in her mind.
Yeah, yeah. Not to mention, she helped them fight a ghost when they very first met her. So yeah, it might kind of that thought very well would be something that would probably cross through your mind. Is that like she does kind of have ties to the supernatural, I don't know what's up with that, you know what I mean? But yeah, no
Just
matter
sort of
the big thing is just despite even like knowing, you rolled a critical, even as a player, you look really well, but just never see anything. But there is kind of a slight feeling, it's not even strong, but just a slight uneasy feeling, like maybe somebody is watching. It could just be your paranoia, but it does kind of kick in a little bit.
she just would sort of reach over and grab what is it, Tara's hands, like let's head back to the apartment.
Cool. Oh, can we get bagels on the way back?
Is there this sort of looks down like, did we pass bagel place?
um you probably didn't pass it, but there's one a couple blocks. You know what I mean? It's like a block or two out of the way. A little bit longer, but you could do it if you wanted.
Sort of thinks to herself, sort of think about the distance, as she said, if there'd be enough time to get there and back.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Yeah, we'll go grab you some bagels.
She definitely orders like a big everything bagel. She pays for it. She has her own money. But yeah, she gets a big bagel, giant coffee to start off her day. You know what I mean? Kind of hits the Starbucks, a cheap Starbucks, like a Dunkin'. But yeah, makes her way kind of back, and by the time that she's back, whatever you know high she is experiencing, she's handling it rather well. You know what I mean? Because as soon as she comes back, she comes in, she eats her bagel, starts cleaning up around the living room. Like she is a functioning addict for sure. After watching her work, she dabbles with a lot of things, and as she's doing so, you kind of hear her like either humming to herself or singing to herself, things like that, and you realize that while she's doing it, she's probably spoken about 3 different languages to you, and there's like an intelligence hidden underneath of all of it. Just little things that she has picked up from, and she'll tell you stories of all the places she's traveled to. She's not super old, she's not super like book read, but she has lived a life. Since she was like 16, she has been, a roadie. She has, done several Burning Mans, spent a little time in Mexico just because, like, hey, it was a cool thing to do, and I was dating a guy. You know what I mean? But yeah, she's an interesting character to say the least. But as she's kind of going through her stuff, um, she has a lot of rituals that you would see her kind of do. Just little things like it would almost seem like an obsessive compulsive disorder at first, but then you realize that like they're almost ritualistic in the way like she touches the 3 points of a dream catcher type thing that she has built, and she's like, oh yeah, you just gotta keep the sunshine out, whatever the hell that means. But she's definitely very very integrated into her life the spiritualism that she talks about. She really believes it, she really lives it. So like you just catch little things as she's getting her day started and you're bringing yours to a close. But yeah, she does make it back with you. Is there anything else that you were kind of wanting to have a conversation with her about, or just kind of after it's all said and done make your way to bed?
I think she'd probably go into a bit more of like, I know we're both sort of new to a lot of this, but it's nice to have someone that's a little bit more at least what I'm used to.
I mean, I don't know what you're used to, but I try to be cool, like I'll be honest, I never really fit in with most others. Everybody thinks I'm crazy because of all the spiritual stuff I get into, but like, I don't know, I started doing TikTok, and I mean, I found kind of my own way online. There's a lot of people, if you reach out there's a lot of people that really like believe in this stuff too. And I think, it just made me happy. I enjoy doing it. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm not, I usually don't have anyone to hang out with, so it's been nice to kind of have a roomie, and pal around. She's like overly touching you as she's talking, and at one point you realize that she's just actually rubbing a piece of the fur on your clothing. You know what I mean? Like she's just enjoying the moment a little bit. But yeah, she seems equally as excited about it, based on the prospect.
Marine doesn't care. She just sort of just stands there for a moment and just sort of lets it happen. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
but No, if you need anything, I'm gonna go try to lay down. Any emergency, let me know. If there is an emergency, please make sure to keep all the blinds completely closed in that case. We're not gonna run out here and, you have a window open.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, that was the rules. No sunlight in the house. I remember that. No fires that, are out of control. Robin eggs. Robin eggs. You
Nice.
said if I needed anything. If you happen to find any robin's eggs, I could use 3 of them.
Um, just finding them out in the wild, or
Yeah, that's fine. I just need the shells, really.
is it something you
It's
can order? I can. She Razor pulls out a wallet, looking at cash for a moment. Just like I can hand you some cash if you need to
like I
buy
want
some.
like oh, you know what I mean? She's like I think you could probably just like find them in a nest somewhere, right?
Yeah, I
Like
could, but
that's where birds have their babies, raised in nests.
yeah, but I mean, you could just buy some if you need.
I
This is
mean,
like,
okay. She just awkwardly like takes the $20 bill out of your hand,
there
and
you
she's
go.
just holding it. She's like, I don't know how to put this in my phone. But yeah, she's like,
Um,
either way, cool.
well,
I'll
well, I mean,
I'll I'll
do
get
you
him.
have money in your
Tripping.
bank?
I mean, I probably have money.
Okay, then you can use $20 and still have $20 cash on you. No harm foul. You didn't lose anything.
Cool. I never thought about searching my phone. You see her just kind of like at that point, she just like zones out, wanders off. She's on Facebook Marketplace looking for robin eggs. You know what I mean? Trying to figure it out. As to where do I order robin eggs from?
Like,
But
Alex
somewhere.
and
It's the
the
internet.
technology.
I'm sure that's that's the weirdest part is I'm sure somebody sells robin's eggs somewhere. Is the interesting part.
Probably.
It's the internet.
Um,
There's a market for it somewhere.
There is a market for it somewhere. But yeah, she lets you go off to bed as you kind of do so. Last but not least, their numerousness, Numar, as you kind of make your way back to the graveyard, why don't you give me a wits and awareness as well? We'll just get everybody and see what you guys see on the way home.
This is my as far as like on my way home.
Yeah, well, on your way home, once you get back, that's fine. Also, by the way, welcome everybody. Thank you guys for stopping in. Hope you guys enjoy our game. Make sure to check out all our cool stuff down the doobly-doo below. As I can get. But yeah, what do we get here?
Yeah.
Holy shit, another 5 successes. Not
Hey.
critical, but super good roll. So you do notice a couple of things on your way back. Well, you notice one thing on your way back. Now that you're actually paying more attention to the neighborhood after all the conversations that happened tonight, you kind of keep an eye out for places along the way too. Like maybe you're just keeping an eye out looking to see what type of businesses are for rent or sale. You actually see like a couple of duplexes that have for rent on one half of them. But as you're making your way back into the graveyard and kind of just strolling through, making your way back towards your crypt the same way that you have passed before, you do happen to notice that one of the other crypts, kind of on the opposite side of where yours, the one you stay in, but you also kind of see that the door is left slightly ajar to it. Just barely. But it's like with 5 successes, you can notice it. There's a slight, crack that's there that maybe you hadn't never noticed before.
I would activate my Oblivion sight, I believe, as soon as I notice, something
Nice.
at night,
Okay.
which
Oblivion sight.
ignore low light penalties,
Okay.
including those of supernatural origin. My eyes also turn a cool black color.
They also turn cool and black. Yeah.
And if
Activating your
guest is
Oblivion.
present, not attempting stealth. I can. Let me just post this.
I got you. Wait, either way, as your eyes black over, you
Yeah.
can see a little bit better. Use in the darkness, it's not affecting you as much as you initially maybe were. But yeah, you feel like you got a good sight around you. Now, that doesn't allow you to see anything. Does that allow you to see ghosts, right? I think Oblivion Sight lets you see that.
I think it.
Ghosts,
I think it
yes.
does let you
Everything
see
else that's
ghosts.
Invisible, no.
if
Right.
they're-
Ghosts
if they're
specifically.
visual.
Things from the other side of the veil, more or less. So yeah, you activate your senses and taking a look around the graveyard around you. Have you ever done this before? Have you ever just kicked the sight on in the graveyard?
I think once, and that's why
I
he was
have
chasing me.
not. Yeah, I kind of used it while chasing Marina, but I wasn't really looking back at the graveyard.
Right. I think for the first time you kick it on and looking around, there's a lot of people here. You know what I mean? For the first time, you realize you're maybe not so alone in the graveyard. You see figures, not really shapes that are, oh, that's a guy, that's a girl, but just figures, silhouettes that are kind of scattered all over the graveyard. As you kind of hone in and focus on one, it takes a minute for your eyes to almost flutter and adjust. You know, you're sure they're really big and black and look super awesome in the dark. You kind of do see one elderly man that's having a conversation, almost like he was standing at a register paying for something, and he just keeps like looping every 30 seconds. He like has a small conversation, hands something out, and then resets. You know what I mean? And a couple of these other shapes seem to have reset points. You know, they do an action and then they reset themselves. It seems like there is a large number of spirits here, but none of them are actively trying to make themselves known. You know what I mean? They're not exerting any energy to it, so you're just catching the residual of their little loops that they seem to run in, as far as that goes. But yeah, there's probably a dozen or more that you see kind of scattered around you, but kind of letting that linger and looking beyond, you don't see anything else. You don't see anyone else. Yeah, it doesn't really give you the heightened senses ability. So yeah, it seems like you now notice there's probably a handful of spirits that are in this graveyard if you ever wanted to try and make communication with those. But yeah, as far as like this crypt with the slightly ajar door, seems to be pretty basic. I mean, it is slightly cracked, and you actually would even see maybe like a small handprint in the like dust that settled on it that you would barely notice if it wasn't for that. But yeah, it looks like somebody has opened this door recently.
I mean, it could be where Jamal moved off to. I guess I would crack open the door
Yeah.
and poke my head in.
Slowly poking your head in to make sure, you know, not to be caught off guard as you take a look in. One thing stands out to you that catches your attention because it's something that frustrates you about your own crypt. The doors on these things, they're old, they're wore out, they've been not maintenance, they weren't meant to be reopened, right? This door glides open with absolute ease. It doesn't squeak, it doesn't make a single sound. It's very smooth as it opens. But peering your head inside, you see this is more or less set up like a family mausoleum. There's an empty room and about four, the mausoleum squares, the plaque with a name on it on each side to the wall to the left and right of you. And then directly in the center, there's like a large stone, I don't want to say sarcophagus, but almost like if there were a sarcophagus here. There's a big stone thing in the center that would function almost like a table, and you see sat on top of it, there are some old vases and things like that that have had flowers that seem to have wilted, like they were left here at the burial, or it's a place where people can leave things for those that have, they're coming to visit with. But you don't see anyone in here, you don't see any movement in here, you don't see any other entrances or exits. It's just this one door, but for some reason the door was slightly ajar. Actually, I tell you
The rest
what.
of the place looked new construction.
Yeah, I was gonna say you actually rolled five on this roll. So let's go ahead and just use that same Oblivion sight. Nothing looks new at first, but as you slowly start taking a look around and actually examine that stone table thing in the center, Taking a closer inspection on it, you realize that there's a seam between the lower portion and the top slab, and someone with your strength can move it. If you once you notice it, you actually try to move it a little bit, you realize that there's a locking mechanism on one side. And if you kind of press a button while sliding the top, it slides out of the way, and you look down below to see a 20-foot hole that leads to sewer.
I probably should have gone to the sewer with Bart. Huh. Do I see? Well, I guess this thing's open now, right?
Yeah, so like, I mean, just assuming that you went ahead and slid it open, you realized it kind of had a bit of a false, like one of the statues had been modified. And now that you're seeing the inside of it, this thing has been modified. Somebody has worked on this, put in some very basic, like kitchen cabinet sliders, the drawer that comes out that you keep your forks in, to make it work. It's not been like professionally installed, but somebody has crudely used things like that to make this thing slide out of the way. And there's like a basic rope attached to the top of it that leads down 20 feet into the sewer. It looks like somebody may have used this as an entrance or exit from the sewers. You don't see anybody. You know what I mean? Looking down in there in the muck, it's kind of hard to tell because there is water directly down there as to whether or not there's footprints or anything, but the rope definitely looks used, and this thing seems to be functional. And now that you know how to use it, you could easily slide it back or slide it open, but this gives you some... You're not sure if somebody's living down there or just using it for access, but there is sewers down there,
Right.
Just a quirk that you happen to find on the way back.
Yeah, this really took a turn. Like 50-50 if I should go down there or not. Or not. You know, I'm trying to like gauge how safe this would be.
Yeah. This is
You
okay.
call
Can I
down.
see how big this room is? At all?
Looking straight down, it looks like a sewer tunnel. There is a little bit of water directly in the bottom of it where the rope leads to. There's maybe 6 inches of water that runs down through the center of it. But it's only like 5 foot wide from one side to the other. You might even have to like duck and have like duck walk if you were to walk through that tunnel. You know what I mean? Kind of have to keep slightly crouched. You wouldn't have to get on your hands and knees, but slightly crouched to even get through it. But as far as just basic awareness to see if there's anything spooky down there, I'm trying to look at your character sheet. You got great wits,
Yeah.
so I mean we could do wits and awareness, but I think this would
Regular
actually be more like wits and, man, I wanted to say almost like streetwise or something, or survival. Actually, like wits and survival might be a good role for you to see, just gauge natural
Okay.
danger. I know survival is not really meant for that kind of survival, but we can use it that way.
Sewer safety, yeah, that's
Yeah, sewer
definitely
safety. Nice. All right, 3 successes. Taking a look down, a couple things stand out to you. You know that it's kind of unknown what's down there. You're not able to see anything. So there's definitely potential hazards that lead down there, but just taking a moment to sit quietly and listen, you're not hearing anybody immediately. So you feel like it's probably safe to drop down and maybe even explore a bit. But you also know from Bart that you've heard stories of kindred living in the sewers and people and animals that have been down in here. If you go too far, it's hard to tell if you could get lost or run into something, but basic awareness, like your spidey sense doesn't alert to anything right away.
Okay. Well, since it looks like a bit of a drop, I think what I'm gonna do is just take the rope and close it back up.
Okay, you're gonna remove the rope.
Um,
That
When
could be
you
like
say
a
take,
real dick move if someone's in the
I was
bottom
gonna
of
say when you
there
say
and,
take
like,
the rope, I just wasn't sure. Do you mean like remove the rope and then close it back up? Like, ah, you can't use this anymore.
yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, yeah. Just pull it out on the other side. I got no use for the rope, so I just set it off to the side and close it
Okay.
back up. So no one's gonna really come out of there. My guess is when someone wants to use that hidey hole again, they're gonna have to come around the other side.
They,
Would it seem reasonable, like removing that is like they're not gonna be able to get back up?
yeah, I mean, no, I mean,
A
there's
person or kindred who
if somebody was down there, even a kindred with soaring leap, which you've seen, the door would have to be opened. You know what I mean? Some way. There is a latch mechanism on the inside, but it's at the top. So like you couldn't just rock it up through unless you're gonna blast through the stone lid of this thing.
That or
Um,
traversal.
Going in it, on the other hand, might be different because they're up here where the rope. If you're gonna leave the rope there, the rope's there next to it. But yeah, definitely not gonna be coming out, human or kindred, unless they're blasting right through the lid of this thing.
I mean, traversal could probably get them up there to grab onto it.
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
different
powers.
powers.
That's about it.
yeah, I guess like spider climb type, the cling of the insect. Maybe they could get up to it, but it's definitely way
If they had
way
that-
more challenging at this point.
If they had that, they wouldn't need the rope.
Yeah, that's
Right.
that's a fair point. Yeah, if they had any of those abilities, they wouldn't have the rope.
So I guess the real dick move is to actually drop the rope down.
That's also true.
It's like, here's a rope.
Yeah,
Put it back.
you could just literally snip
can.
it at the top or untie it. So there's been a hook mounted to the bottom of the stone lid, and that's where the rope is tied onto. So yeah, you can just untie it, or you could cut it either way. But yeah, you could either drop the rope in there, and you're screwing them from both sides.
Just cut the rope at the top where it's barely like hanging on there, so when they try to climb up from the bottom, just snaps on them.
It then snaps.
Oh,
But
that would be good. I think I'm actually just gonna take the rope.
okay,
But
take it with you.
is the hooky part attached to the rope?
Okay, so it looks like they have actually drilled into the stone lid partially enough to put like a hook in there. You know what I mean? To attach this thing.
Okay. So
So it's got like a tap con in it, you know what I mean, that kind of holds the whole thing. But I think even with your strength, you could probably remove that too if you wanted to. I mean, honestly, it's just screwed in there, but it is like screwed into the stone. It may not be as usable again if you remove it. They'd have to make a new hole.
yeah, I'm not too worried about destroying his stuff. I'm just gonna take the rope so he can't come
Yeah.
up. And then maybe just like cut a couple pieces off the rope, stick it under the door so it doesn't slide so easy.
Nice.
Or maybe like kick a few rocks under there just so it might make a little bit of a sound.
Gotcha. You're booby trapping for sound effects, to make it cause sound a little bit. Maybe if someone
just, like,
comes back
something
through
you
it,
gotta
it'll.
put your elbow into that knock open. would be
Yeah,
what
the
I'd go
idea, I guess, being that if they come back through later, it might make enough noise to alert you, right?
for. Right.
Gotcha. Yeah, dude, totally. You got a nice rope now. It's nice rope. The rope's new.
Yeah.
You
Well,
probably got
I'll
30
take
feet of
the
it.
rope- Go back to my place then.
Yep.
I'd look around any
There-
cool loot around here. Like, does he have a blender? My place doesn't have a blender.
So there is a couple of interesting things. So as you make your way back to your haven for the first time, since that event, you realize that the few things, and there was a handful of things. There was clothes and shoes and shit like that Jamal had left here, and they are gone. all of his clothes and shoes and things like that. But he has probably left like a coffee maker or something, you know what I mean? You do know that he was the one that brought in the nice flat screen TV. I mean, it's only 24 inches. It's small, but it's a flat screen. Is still there, so he has left some things behind. Trying to think. Roll a D100 for me. Just give me and you can pick high or low. I'll give you a 25% chance of something. You know what? We'll make it a 50% chance. Okay. 74. What cool thing did Jamal leave behind? I'll let you make this up. You know what I mean? What thing do you want him to have left behind? You can actually think about that one for a little while, because we got time. This way you can think about what thing Jamal might have left behind. The van's definitely gone. Yeah, he took the van.
Friendship bracelet.
There's a macaroni friendship bracelet that says Numar on it. N plus J. Oh God. It's heartbreaking. There's definitely one of those. That's just a thing now. And you remember making them. It was a joke, you were having a fun night, and you definitely see that, yours is still laying there. His is gone, actually. But we'll do it that way.
Okay.
But
yeah,
yep.
Just find it under the couch cushion or something. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, unless there's anything else that you wanted to do as far as that goes, it's only been a couple of days. Where did you have so you ordered parts. You would have to go pick them up at the store. I'm assuming you didn't give them the address to your crypt. You know what I mean? So you'd probably have to go back to the Radio Shack to pick up those parts, right?
Yeah, probably have to cloud his memory again.
Yeah,
probably
yes.
don't have to, but yeah.
You can. All right, cool. But yeah, is there anything else that you want to do before making your way into your day sleep as well?
Just walks to the guy at the Radio Shack.
I guess. I mean, I might just camp outside, just sit by the crypt and see what happens just out at night. Look at the ghosts until it gets too late, and then I tuck in for the night.
Cool, man. Yeah, you got about an hour. By the time you get back, you watch that crypt that had the door that you've set up. Nobody comes in or out of it, but you do watch as the ghosts kind of almost mingle about. You know what I mean? For the most part, they stay. The ones that you're seeing, like I said, they're not exerting any energy. They're not trying to be specters. They're just kind of stuck. It seems. So they don't really move around too much. They kind of repeat little loops. You see a couple of them that maybe move faster or slower than the others. But yeah, they just kind of go in their little cycles. But it's an interesting thing. It's like watching Christmas lights, kind of twinkle on and off as they have their little moments. And you realize that maybe you're not so alone here.
I wave at the closest one.
It doesn't even seem to acknowledge you. Even though you wave and you can go right up in front of its face and move your hand, it doesn't seem to notice you. You're completely aware of it, and the closer you get, the more features you can pull. This one, as you kind of pull up to it, seems to be like a 40-something-year-old woman who actually has a large crack down the side, right across the front of her face, and it's split and pulled a little bit. You know what I mean? To where you're almost seeing inside of the face. But yeah, even holding a hand, waving, things like that, she just doesn't seem to acknowledge you. She stands still for a couple of moments, and then you see almost like a shock and panic, and then it loops back again and does it all over again. Yep, it's a thing. But then you turn in for the night. Everybody else is crashing, got their day sleep in, as the world of mortals continues on, and you all, slumber away. People go to their jobs and families and friends and do things and enjoy the sun in the park, and you guys don't. You lay there dead, comatose in whatever hole that you sleep in, or locker, or van, ice cream truck. penthouse luxury apartment with, you know what I mean? Man, the juxtaposition here is really terrible, Marina. I can see why they all hang out at your house now. You got a locker
a little
of
better than the rest.
right, a crypt, a locker, an ice cream truck, and then a luxury penthouse with art objects. And friggin' crazy. But that's it. Yeah, Beverly Hills. Exactly. But we can go ahead and do the next morning. I went ahead and told the players, I'll tell you guys in the chat too. Next week, we're going to do a bit of a time shift. We're going to skip ahead a week. This way, these guys can take care of like background stuff that doesn't need a full episode, doesn't need, you know, fully dove into. We can dive back in and roleplay any moments that are critical. But we're going to do like a time skip, so let's go ahead and do all of our morning stuff, get that out of the way, and then next week we can shift time forward a week. Wouldn't it be nice if you could do that in real life? Makes it way easier to wait on packages, right? But yeah, let's see. Everybody's got their rouse checks in. I see one from Paul, one from Jackal. If Numar and Snowcone also want to give me a rouse check as you wake up the next morning.
Numar's gonna go to the Radio Shack, just walk up to the dude and go, so does your friends ever leave you for any reason?
Just your friend
Cloud's
ever?
memory after.
Exactly. Wow, man. Did I get a full row of
Yep,
hunger for
everyone.
everybody? Nice.
Everybody got hungry.
Everybody's hunger goes up to 2. You guys were pretty well fed though, so that's a good thing. You guys are going up to hunger 2. So as you guys all wake up having the busy, stressful day that you did the day before dealing with Damien, there's definitely a lot of that. Second question is, who is short on willpower? I'm sure some of you guys have spent willpower.
Yeah, you get 3. Was not 3. You get how much back compared to
It
your,
is
what is it?
equal to your composure or resolve, whichever is higher. So if you got, you know, whichever is higher between composure or resolve, you take that many of your willpower, and you can remove superficial. If you have any, does anybody have aggravated willpower damage? I don't think so.
No.
Does
I got
anybody
all
have
Avoid it.
any injuries that they need to deal with? Okay, Snowcone,
good.
what do you got? You got superficial or aggravated?
I think I just have 2 superficial because I spent 2 with willpower a while ago.
Cool. Check out your character sheet here then. All right, and that's just willpower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can refresh that with your composure, because you can have either your composure or your resolve back, whichever's higher. So your composure would cover those 2, so you can remove those.
Gotcha.
Does anyone currently have any stains? I don't think we have any stains out right now.
I think I have like that active one still from
Do-
the guy I made eat glass.
That means you get to
Ah,
roll.
that is a thing. Let's see here, I got the rules for this somewhere.
Got a little busy, eating another vampire.
Yeah, I don't think I'm
Let's see.
about that.
Superficial damage for humanity. Let's see. Humanity stains. Acting in violation of a tenant. Grant stains. Conviction. I'm trying to see. Does anybody remember how to roll these?
You roll your unspent humanity minimum 1, and if it succeeds,
That's it.
yay, you get to clear away the stains. If you fail, you lose a humanity.
Absolutely
So,
true.
Don't
But
fail.
yeah. Also, I remember at one point you were saying, well, yeah, this is kind of as you wake up. So yeah, whatever you have in humanity that is unchecked. We'll open your character again.
So I think 3 dots.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
you
so
roll.
for you, it would be 3 dots, or 3 dice, and you only need 1 success, and you can't use willpower on this roll. But that will that is your remorse check, essentially. Do you feel enough guilt to live with what you've done, or does it weigh down on you? Like, the truth is you want to feel guilty, because if you don't feel guilty, your humanity decreases and you just accept it.
I mean, narratively, it does seem like something where he will fail these 3 rolls, but I believe in you, Numar.
Right?
You're fresh and stuff. Totally not
Yeah.
absolutely gonna become a jaded asshole.
We'll say your humanity
No.
decreased last week too, did it not?
Uh-huh.
It did when he munched.
Thought so.
So still,
Yeah.
roll 3 dice. Roll 3 dice.
Nice.
And
Oh,
barely.
There is an 8 in there. You think about it, and it takes some time, you know what I mean? Maybe as you're lying there in the early hours of the night before your body's even fully roused back, you know what I mean? You have this time of death to kind of sit and weigh over the consequences of your actions. And I think within that amount of time, you probably do feel a little guilty for the situation, but like, hey, fuck that guy. He had it coming, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, he would have killed you if given the chance. But it was maybe a little bit more brutal than necessary. But eventually you do, feel enough remorse to be able to let it hang without, feeling it necessary to continue down that path. You know what I mean? You feel enough remorse to want to keep your humanity. So you're good to go there. You can remove the stain. Is there any more other housekeeping stuff? And just like while I'm thinking about it, I don't think anybody else has stains or rouses or anything. Does anybody immediately go to feed when they wake up?
I I wouldn't. I think that's gonna be something on for a little bit, but I think Marina has something that she would need to tell everybody about the other before she fell asleep with the walk with Tara.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah, she would. How,
let's say you got text message, but
Can
that would
think
be
of-
about it
yeah.
till they, till you recongregate.
Yeah, I was thinking like, can we do a quick emergency meeting at the apartment and then
in the
just real quick?
morning?
This would be as soon as we're waking up.
Oh, okay.
This is- but-
Emergency meeting this early?
Who's texting me?
Yeah, I like doing chill stuff in the morning.
Yeah, but
Takes me like 30 minutes.
and by this point, you had just left Tara before falling into your daytime coma, and she was wide awake, feeling ready to go, eating her bagel and tripping her balls off. By this point, now she's kind of half vegged out on the couch. She's smoking a joint when you wake up, and she is again watching Animal Planet, as she often does. But you see that's laid out in front of her, kind of on the coffee table, are a variety of different books that she has cracked open. Some of them look older, some of them look newer. She's also got a laptop and her cell phone laying out there too. And looking at the laptop, you find that she is part of a forum in which they discuss magic and Wiccan rituals, as well as other like deities that are kind of within the occult realms. And do you have any dots in occult?
Me?
Yeah.
Ooh, she would have no idea about the occult.
Yeah, I was about to say, God knows if it is just some like McDonald's, Wi-Fi access version of one of these websites, or like a legit dark web back website to an occult forum posting. It's hard to tell. There's weird squiggly signs and symbols and stuff like that. But yeah, it looks like she's doing some research as you kind of make your way out and send this text out. But yeah, if you guys want to, you're more than welcome to stop by real quick and have that discussion.
Sure, I'll pull up the truck to the front of the complex.
As soon as you do, the doorman comes outside and kind of goes to approach you to say something, but then as you actually step out of the ice cream truck and he recognizes that you were given permission by Marina, excuse me. Good evening, sir. It's good to meet you again. Would you like me to park your car somewhere else?
If you're
Valet services, of course.
Well, if you're offering, I'll be glad for someone to park my car.
It would be my pleasure. We will happily put it down in the garage. If you wish, you can access that through the penthouse elevators. Assuming the missus there gives you access. But yeah, I'll gladly do it. And for future reference, just let me know. I'll gladly pull it around back. You see, he's just trying to get it out from in front of the building. This giant fucking ice cream truck with a pill bottle on top of it, or whatever we've decided, you know. But yeah, he's happy to valet park for you, as he please go right ahead. I'll phone in to make sure they let you in. And you see him like touching your piece. He's like, yeah, he's also saying, I'm parking his ice cream truck. You know what I mean?
Yes, the teacher sort of goes, yes, it's a strange one, but
oh no, this is like from one doorman to another. Like he's got a little the security at the front desk essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
He's just letting him know, like, I'm parking this thing anywhere else. He's on his way in now. And as you come
Drive
through,
carefully,
like,
be safe, and also don't look in the fridge, or else you're gonna lose your fingers. Bye.
oh God, you know, I hope you're kidding. Have a good day.
I really am not.
He laughs, kind of like, ah, yeah, funny. But yeah, kind of takes it a little serious. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm not getting in that man's fridge. Not gonna happen. But yeah, he does pull it around to the lower to the parking garage. Next up would probably be a motorcycle rolling up in front. He doesn't complain about that one. Newmore, how do you get around now?
So that's a good point. I would get the text and, you know, I'd get the alert on my phone and be like, gosh, these group texts never open on my phone. But I'm pretty certain I know who it's from anyway. I assume we're meeting at Marina's place because she's got the cool place. So I guess I'm just walking.
Just
You
hoofing
can
it,
hitch a
man.
ride with my ass. It's not comfy, but
Buddy,
I-
we gotta
I
get you
guess
a Vespa or
depending-
something.
like, if you get out the door at roughly like 10 to 15 minutes after getting the text, you'll notice that Bart is just like stumbling from a place a little bit further away from the graveyard towards his garage. He maybe will spot you and give a wave.
Yeah, you might pass me. I'd wave back. You'd see me walking like I'm already a couple 100 feet out.
If you approach, then I would offer a ride.
Yeah, sure.
You'll have to find your own
Do I
for
need a
like
helmet?
long-term stuff, and we're durable. I have a
Okay.
second one, but I'm not getting it for you because there was a statement of emergency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And also because it's far enough away that it's like not in
Luckily,
the garage and shit.
also not a helmet
It's an
law in
emergency.
California. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure that I think California is one of the no helmet states.
Well, Special World of Darkness, like they definitely don't have public safety laws.
Oh
Much.
yeah, for sure.
Not
But
bad
yeah,
shit.
it's
Also, California is lane splitting as well, so you can drive in between cars.
oh yeah, also true. Interesting thing though to see is kind of you're cruising down. This bike really wasn't built for two. You know what I mean?
Not
But you
really.
fit. You know, like there's a back seat. It's just small. It's awkward. You know what I mean? You kind of got
really
that.
uptight with my ass, and so
Yeah, you got to be real close. But do you drive with caution, or do you just give it hell or and hope for the best, or what?
I don't think I'm being any more aggressive than normal, but I think due to the fact that basically no one has ridden with this dude for like beyond the knowledge of it can be done, or it doesn't have people ride with him, so it's one of those.
Right.
Do you fall off? That's more of a you problem right now.
So you,
Up to Kevin on if you want to make him roll for it or some shit like that.
No, if you're not being aggressive, I think it's fine. As far as
I
it
think there's
goes.
just a natural aggressiveness to it, though. It's 'cause I'm
Newmar?
a young dumb asshole, so it's there.
In that
Maybe
case,
like
let's
athletics
go and
check
make a
of
roll.
DC 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's
At
go ahead and make a
least.
roll then. Let's see. This would probably be dexterity and athletics. Yeah, dex and athletics for you, Numar. See if you can hold on to the back of this bicycle. I want to make you roll survival to see if you can survive it, but I don't think that's the way that skill works.
Hey,
Um,
you're holding on
That
tight.
moves or something.
yeah. With a 3, you're golden. It's awkward, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you're used to riding shotgun in a van, not on the back of a touring bike or what, you know. Cafe racer. That's it. I always want to say touring. But yeah, it's a little uncomfortable. There's some awkward, you know, like rubbing together. You know, 2 men on a motorcycle, just it always looks weird. But you do eventually get there, and as you kind of pull up, you know, you're happy to probably be back on solid ground as you put your feet down. But yeah, you see snow cone's truck being towed around, or not towed, but moved around the back of the building around the time you guys show up, and you're led up into Marina's apartment. Penthouse suite. Again,
Are you going to
the rest of you guys,
now, or going to wait till next?
that's up to Marina there.
Let's just give it a quick little. She sort of leads like, one moment, Tara. She looks over, is like, come over this way.
Who's got
Sort of
dots in the cult?
leads them away.
I know somebody has dots in the cult. Numar, Bart,
I have one.
Snowcone.
I think I do. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
I got
you
a
do.
dot.
Yep.
What do I need to roll beyond that?
Nope, just if you have a
There's no-
dot, you can kind of recognize some of what she's working on. It still looks similar to the original symbol that you guys had found in that alleyway. She seems to still be researching that. The dark web kind of forum would stand out to you, Bart, just being, you know, kind of slightly
Yeah, a little
tech
savvy.
familiar, you know what I mean? It seems like it's not like a dark web website, but it's definitely a lesser known like forum for true occultists as far as that goes. And like some of the shit that you're looking at there, 3 out of 4 of the images that are on the screen probably look legit. One of them's gonna be bullshit. You know what I mean? Like one of them's a goat head that's just in there for aesthetic. You know, it makes the website look really cool, but it means nothing. But it does seem that she is currently doing some more research into that situation. Maybe the morning run might have inspired this. So, as Marina asks you to step aside,
There was a slight little issue. Before we went to bed, me, Tara, went out for a run because she wanted to go outside. Um, I was paying as close attention as I could with, some good hearing and a few other things that I've picked up since I've been out of the apartment. Um, there seemed, I felt extremely like we were being watched, but even with very, very heightened senses and keeping very close watch, there was no one there, and it felt like it was just like kind of around me, in a
Yeah.
sense. Didn't you guys say you fucked with a ghost with her?
We
That
fucked
was
up
part
a
of the
ghost.
event. Yeah. Ended it.
You sure it might be ended?
Speaking of,
It
Threw a
kind of
rock
felt
at it.
like something was there, and I couldn't see anything at all.
I had
Like normally
the
if I'm being,
opposite last night. I was
you did?
out in the graveyard, and I've never noticed any weird ghost activity, and then all of a sudden they're just like popping out at me. I just kind of squinted right, and they're like GIF ghosts or GIFs. I don't know what they're called.
GIF.
Gifs. What an asshole. As he says squinted, right? For just a split second, I think that the eyes flash black. So that you realize when he says, I squinted just right, it kind of means, I used this cool thing. It's just for like a second as he squints to show you as an example, but yeah.
Sick.
So yeah, I think I don't know if it is the case, but I couldn't see anything at all, and I was paying extremely close attention. I could see in the dark, I could hear things I've never heard before, but there was nothing there, but felt like I was being watched. So I think there's something going on.
So, What you're suggesting is that we should investigate this more thoroughly.
Probably. I don't know if there's any reason why the thing couldn't come up here, but if it is some sort of ghost thing and it is falling around the street,
If anybody wants to make an occult roll, if you have a dot in occult, you can make an occult roll.
I
Oh,
will do
plus
that.
what?
This would be like and was it intelligence occult? I think this would be more like thinking your way through things. I've always kind of seen like wisdom is what you know, intelligence is figuring things out kind of deal.
Hey!
oh,
That's a
Nice.
messy.
Messy
Well, that'll
critical.
result in, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not really much that can play out in this particular scene. Just trying to recall lore. You don't panic or freak out, I don't think. What is your? You know what? Actually, this is probably a good chance for your clan bane, though. What's your? It's not the clan
Like
bane.
obsession
What
with
they call
secrets.
that?
compulsion.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Compulsions. You need to know. The need to know permeates the vampire. They become consumed with the hunger of secrets. Yeah, I think that's what you kind of become obsessed with. Like, I want to figure this out. I think that would be the messiness to it. But in general, let's see what you guys rolled. So Jive Man got 3, you got 5, thanks to that messy critical. Jive Man, you've definitely heard of spirits that can be seen. Like that's definitely sounds plausible. Um, as far as that goes, trying to think what else there would be.
There's 3 different clans that can turn invisible and do it fucking regularly.
That would probably be something else too. Is like the other clans that can use invisibility, things like that. But typically, with heightened senses, you might get the uncomfortable feeling, but you wouldn't see them. You know what I mean? Bart, this is something that definitely stands out to you as being Clan Nosferatu. You know what I mean? Especially those that are really well attuned to your particular skill set, can be completely invisible, move, interact with things, but would give, that same, can still give that same eerie feeling if it's being intentionally sought. You know what I mean? The average mortal wouldn't recognize it, but a kindred actively looking for strange shit might feel that wave of uncomfortability if somebody was obfuscated around them. The second option that you can think of is something possibly to do with like magic. Maybe even like Tremere blood magic, things like that. There's what was those the bloodstones to kind of track things more or less, but that shouldn't really give a feeling. You don't that would be something that would be seen but probably not felt. But yeah, definitely obfuscate sounds like a distinct possibility in this situation.
Hmm. So it's definitely a vampire we're dealing with.
Might
Or
be
ghost.
food.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it
Give me
might be
roll.
food for thought.
Question
Either
is
way,
what clan it is.
that's a good question. Either way, we're at 10 after 12, so if you want, we can leave that question lingering until next week when you guys can think
Yay.
about this way. You got a couple of days to think about what the hell's going on, what leaves the feeling of being watched without actually being visible, and even weirder, how in the hell did they know where or when to look? There's a lot of questions that kind of pop up at a random 5 o'clock run in the morning. But like I said, next week we'll kind of do a blip through time. So you guys will have this on your plate as well as all the other lovely things. Thank you. That you have to think about as far as that goes. So yeah, there's lots of cool things that you can kind of think about until next week and try to figure out what you want to do, how you want to react to them, all that fun stuff. Thank you guys for watching. I saw the numbers going up a few times. This is a stream that I really love doing. I've been enjoying this game. I want to do more with it. The more rumors we get, which like I said, I'm going to be adding a whole bunch of them that have come in. I just haven't got to update the info yet. But yeah, as the more rumors that get activated into this game, the more exciting it becomes. I've been enjoying it. I really hope you guys are enjoying it. And if you can, signal boost it, show it to a friend or family that might also, I just appreciate you guys for coming in, hanging out, keeping it open, and all that stuff, watching the stream, because it does help us grow the thing. And I really want to see this, kind of keep flourishing out. Especially the more rumors that come in, it can be a really cool game once all you guys are adding all of your cool creative ideas into the narrative. But yeah, we'll go ahead and leave it there. Like I said, next week we're going to do like a week time jump, so that's something for you guys to think about what you want to do during that week, and then we'll role play any important scenes that are in the mix there. But that gives you guys time to think about it and try to deduce who and what is searching after Terra and why they're so intent on doing so. But let's go ahead and do our character outros and all that stuff, final thoughts. We'll do the shout outs. Paul or Goony Bones, whichever you want to call it, I'll hit you first, and then we'll save our link people until last.
Folks, for next week, stay safe out there.
I'm sure they will not. Kindred are out there. Scary world to live in. But yeah, cool. Jive Man, if you want to go ahead and shout out your stuff and all that cool shit.
Thank you very much. So, as you know, my name is Jive Man. I go by he, him pronouns, and I am a full-time graphic designer. I am taking some classes to learn some new things right at the moment, but I'm trying to keep myself busy with, small projects, personal projects, and also helping out here at the Tabletop Down group. Coming up with some new ideas for merchandise and stuff. But mostly, I'm just trying to keep myself afloat with the job I love. So if you want to show me some support or show me some love, I have a Fiverr page that I'll post in just a second. It really helps me out and also helps boost my portfolio so I can get even bigger jobs as a graphic designer and maybe even, I don't know, do something big. Who knows?
Right.
But if you want to see what I can do if I get the, support that I need, or if I can even just show something cool to everybody here on this channel, then feel free to, commission me for some work.
Right. That portfolio is really where it's at too. Like they don't mention that when you start into doing stuff like that. But yeah, it's solid, man. To have a good body of work that you can show is, hey, I did this. You know what I mean? So like it really does lend a hand. So yeah, it's cool, man. If you guys need any graphic stuff, maybe I know a lot of Twitch viewers are also Twitch streamers, man. Cool way to get some graphic stuff added, images and all that cool shit. Some custom work done on Fiverr, hit the dude up. Cool. Right on. And yeah, if you want to, man, feel free to post your link. I don't have it in front of me. I always tell myself to remember to copy and paste it so I have it, but I always forget. But as far as the other one, I can do a shout out for Numerous, because that's something I can do built in. I misspelled it. There we go. Shout out. Sweet. Got a shout out for Numerous and the Fiverr link. So if you want to go ahead and do your thing.
Nice. Numerousness. And I stream, I guess. I was trying to think of another way to say it. But Thursdays, Saturdays are kind of my days. I am playing games at the moment. And
What type of game?
We had a good
Thinking
Baldur's
about-
Gate session.
thinking
Better-
about a new game, but right now, yeah, we are doing Baldur's Gate. I do like some strategy games. I might get a shooter in the mix there, but we'll see.
I do love a good shooter. But yeah, I will say we've been having some fun with the Baldur's Gate on the weekends on occasion, trying to get through the game finally. But yeah, other than that, he does some other games on his channel, very cool stuff. Funny guy, you guys enjoy him here, you'll enjoy him over there on his stuff too. It always helps to have some views too, you know what I mean? So if you guys see him alive, see him active, go over, give him a hey, say something in chat. One of the hardest things about getting started streaming is streaming when you have fewer audience or quiet chat, man. Like, it's so great to have people just to talk to. It's a world of difference. So yeah, go over, just stop in, say hi, man. That's the best thing you can do, for sure. Right on, man. Well, let's go ahead and give a shout out to Jackal, and if you want to go ahead and do yours as well, I'll see if it lets me shout you out yet.
Fair enough. Well, howdy there, people. I'm the Jackal. As you see, I played Marina on here. I like to stream over here on Twitch. A little bit more now. Been testing out a few different things, but been streaming a little bit more on Twitch. I've been doing a couple different horror games recently, like the Dead Space, Lethal Company. Been having fun with both of those. And then I've also been getting a bit more back into the 5M thing with RP on 5M, especially within the World of Darkness server that's on there. That is directly linked to all the sort of vampire things that we're doing here, actually. Not linked, but I have a character. I bring Marine over there in a sense, but I have a few other people over there I play as well. But
Do you have regularly scheduled time?
not yet. I've been sorting to get back into that. It's been a little bit since I've been be able to get things all sorted up, but I've been sort of planning a good schedule for it. But yeah, I'm sort of excited to get back into the streaming a bit, and also especially with that World of Darkness server, I think it's gonna be really fun to do a lot of that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know I've caught a few of your streams lately, and I've been excited to see you streaming over here more and all that cool stuff, man. But yeah, the 5M server's really cool. If you guys like the World of Darkness shit, just want to check that out. They've built the World of Darkness in, it's not LA. What is that? It's kind of a made up town,
LA.
right? Is
Los
it LA?
Angeles, it's based off of LA. It's
Yeah, so I was
not the
thinking it's
exact
based on.
copy, but it's
Right, but based on LA was the idea. That's what I was thinking. I just wasn't 100% sure, but yeah, I mean, full 5M
Los
reboot
Angeles.
of World of Darkness, very cool. So if you guys want to check that out, man, even if you know maybe even want to end up playing it yourself, you know what I mean? Definitely check out
Yeah.
Jackal's stream. It's cool.
I'm there. Yeah, I'm there a lot.
Right on. Well, I think that's where we're going to leave it. I am going to raid out to the Bright Skull. Bart, thank you for that one. They are playing Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. So instead of having to watch a whole other game, you can just go and watch somebody kill some vampires. Man, I haven't played Blood Hunt in a little bit. I might need to do that myself. Speaking of
It's
which,
a good one.
you guys probably realize I haven't been playing as many video games here. The reason for that is I've been doing it in Discord. Instead of playing a game where you can only watch, I'd much rather play a game where I can talk. You know what I mean? I can talk with you guys in the chat. You guys can hang out with me after the shows and all that cool stuff. You know, we're starting to really work on building a pretty good community around this thing, and I'm really happy to see it. We hang out, we spend all day hanging out in the chats. So if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. That gets you access to the subscriber only stuff. But other than that, you can always catch me, you know, typing in and out of the general channels. I've been hanging out in general to get started, just to let everybody know that I'm there. But you know, I'm really trying to work that into being extra benefits for the subscribers. So I'm going to start doing special streams in the subscriber only area. We have, you know, an NSFW area. So if you want to post funnier, you know, more, or not funnier, but more adult gifts, we got, you know, slightly behind little extras. You know, it's not much. I'm not going to say that, you know, there's a ton there. But there are some definite perks to being subscribers. I'm trying to make sure that, you know, everybody gets a little something cool out of that, just to say thank you for doing it. So you have your own special place to talk on Discord, you know, all that stuff, and you can hang out with me after shows like this. I'll be heading over to Discord now, actually. So if you want to hang out, you can hang out with me and people like Murs and Jackal and everybody else. I think I was about to say we'll get everybody in there eventually. If you're interested in roleplay, I have a server set up, but we need to start moving players into it. I need to start doing more with it, but there is a roleplay server we're starting up. If anyone is interested in helping with that, let me know. I'm not great with the Discord roleplay, but I've got a great setup for it, so I just need people to help me get it started. But yeah, if you're interested in just throwing little things in the chat and waiting for somebody to reply, or using the voice channels, you're more than welcome to role play in there all you want. It'll lead you through the process of how to add a character, how to pick your clan, or if you like D&D instead, there's D&D there as well. So check all that out. Discord's where it's at. That's what I'm getting at. I'm gonna stop rambling. If you haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord. If you haven't subscribed, it's worth it because you get some cool privileges in that Discord. But yeah, we're gonna raid the Bright Skull. They're playing some Blood Hunt. It looks pretty cool. So let's head over and check them out. Thank you guys so much for everything. Thank you for all the support. You're keeping us going and allowing us to do what we love, and we appreciate it. I will see you guys next Friday when we do our D&D game, same time, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard. So if you want to check out our Baldur's Gate game, make sure to be there. But I will catch you guys next one. See you later. Peace.
Peace.